Good afternoon and welcome to the Swakopmund Go-Karting track, where we're bringing you, of course, the Rotex Max National Karting Championship Leg 1 of the 2023 season. Now, we had a bit of trouble this morning in terms of just wet, misty, rain type of energy or vibe here at the coast. The beautiful weather, not too hot, not too cold, and that is for the reason for the delay. Now, we've got your goal back with us, that's just us about exactly what was happening this morning and why you guys had such a long delay.
Yeah, hi CJ. Yeah, we had some drizzle, not rain. The winter people are totally out of it, so we used to it. But the track was too wet for dry tires or slick tires, so we just had a longer break until the track was safe again. It's all about safety, so we had a little delay, and but everything is up and running. We had to make adjustment in the program. The warm-ups were cancelled. We directly started with the qualifying. So yeah, the qualifyings are all done now, and we're gonna start now. We have a short break now, then we start with the first heat in the Bambinos, and yeah, let's see.
Let's see, definitely. Now, York, talk to us about just in terms of the entries for this year. What is new for the Rotex Max Challenge in Namibia this year?
Yeah, I mean, we've got 43 entries, which is an all-time Namibian record in karting. So last year we had the maximum amount of 36, so we topped that again. So it's really nice having it for the first leg already. So we're looking forward to even build on that. So the plus 40s must be a standard now, and yeah, aiming for the 50s now. And so yeah.
Now, talk to us about in terms of just the categories, new categories perhaps that you guys have introduced.
Yeah, we've introduced two new categories, the Mini Rock and the Kid Rock. It's a different engine brand. We normally run, or we have run all the years, the Rotex classes. So we're running the Rock engines now as well. These are two new classes, young classes. So yeah, we've got some entries there as well. So let's see what happens.
I know a lot of people that were actually following the Rotex Max last year knows that Mila, the Buetas, and the Kayamos, what a battle that was last year for first, second, third, and fourth. What a race it was. Now talk to us about just their movements in terms of in which classes they are now and why the movements.
I mean, that battle was probably the nicest battle throughout the season. Nande Manume went into the Micromax class, and Mila went to the Kid Rock, and Miko is staying in Bambino. So as it looks now, Miko is, for me, the favorite in the Bambino class this season. He's really fast, so I think he's the man to beat. And yeah, Mila doing her first, and Nande Mandume doing their first steps in the new classes. So Nande Mandume very fast already in the Micromax. Nande being posted. So yeah, let's see. It's going to be exciting.
There's another lady I would like to talk about, and that's Nikki Benker. And just her classy act that she also had last year and taking the Max Torino class. Talk to us about Nikki and what she can bring to the table this year.
that she did last. That was one for the book. The Minimax class is really strong. Heinrich last season, Paul was into Heinrich giving themselves a hard time. And Jean came over also into that class, so that the Minimax is a really strong class to look forward. So Nikki won't have it too easy, but I just told her this morning she must kick some ass for the boys.
Yeah, definitely give them some uphill battle. Now, maybe just one more person that I've seen that is absent on this list today, and is of course Richard Slummer Jr., a name missing, and what a classy act he was last year. Just talk to us about him being absent today.
Yeah, obviously that's a loss for the DD2 class. I mean, Richie, Justus, and Ivan having a really good battle last season. So he's unfortunately not in. He's got some LRC and school stuff going on, so that's unfortunately also part of it. But Ivan taking pole today, just 1/10 before Justus. So Ivan is definitely back in the grid. He had a good half last season, so he's doing good. So let's see what the heats come. But I think Ivan and Justus will have a tight battle throughout the season. Hopefully Richie is in next race again, and he's definitely to keep on the notice. So let's see what these guys have. It's first leg, it's still 7 to go, so long season.
A long season, definitely. Now, another name that I've seen added to the list is Paul Oosthuizen, but in the Masters category, if I'm correct. And just talk to us about that and who Paul is.
No, it's not Paul, it's Quinten Liebenberg. He's a master. He used to race a year ago. I did some homework to motivate him getting back in the sport. So I'm really happy about that, because the masters don't have it too easy. These are all dads and whatever, they're in business and stuff. And I'm happy that he's back committed again for the sport. So I hope Zirk is watching. He knows what I'm on him already. So he gave me a promise that he will race in Windhoek, so everybody knows it now. So yeah, I mean, it's really nice having Quinten back. So Mark and Quinten have a battle at the moment. Yeah, let's see. It's good that he's back. He'll obviously need some pace and some practice and stuff, but the participation counts, and yeah, let's see where it goes.
I think Zirk was talking in my ear here, and he heard you calling out on him. Now, Zirk, I'm going to give you a favor. I just want to call you out. What's going to happen with you this year, York?
If it wasn't I'm missing the word now. Die Verantwortung. No. Sorry. I've got too many cars that I have to look after. I need to responsibility. Thank you. If it wasn't a responsibility, I would be the first. So I'm really looking forward sometime to race again, but it is not possible. I mean, organizing the event and then having quite a few drivers that I support, that I coach. It's not in. If I would, I'm honest with myself. If I would race, I would disrespect for what I'm working for them. So I'll come back sometime.
He'll make a comeback. He'll make a comeback.
I will. He must come back, and then we can talk.
Okay, there you got it. Now, thank you, York, and best of luck. We'll be chatting throughout the day. We appreciate it, and then keeping track of what you're going to do here.
Thank you.
Here we go. Now, we, apart from all the new races, new categories, new everything, we also have a new commentator joining us, of course, Joop Nel, being a part of this long time ago where there were only 4 karts. Just talk to us about it, how excited you are and how you're feeling surrounding the go-karts today.
Oh, you make me sound old to start with. Yeah, it's been some time, ago when I was involved in the commentary of motorsport, and those days the karting was just like a sidekick kind of thing, So there was some days there were like 4 karts, some days there were 8, some days there were 10, and the next race there were none. So there wasn't really a formal structure which they raced on at that stage. So for me, seeing all this, and I'm getting goosebumps, it's just absolutely amazing, and hearing that there's such a beautiful championship that's being added onto the motorsport calendar of Namibia. I'm in awe. It's just amazing. So, yeah, I love to see the youngsters going at it, and obviously a couple of old guys, because Quinton Liebenberg used to race rubber ducks with me 20 years back. So he's going to be on the track. I'm going to be on the sideline. So cool stuff. Yeah, just can't wait for the races to start.
Awesome stuff. Very much excited here. Now, just talk to us about what you've seen so far. I mean, the speeds these karts go at, and the kiddies, and just not just seeing males or boys in the sport code, but also females coming through in such a male-dominated sport code. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's just brilliant. I mean, and they're all racing on the same footing. There's no divide between male and female and genders and whatnot. So that is beautiful to see. Now, this is what I know is karting, and what I've seen today with the big boys racing. I don't know even what size motors they got. Most probably 250 cc's, 2 strokes or something. But it's amazing. They go around the turns at the speeds they are doing. It's just mind-boggling. But yeah, loving it, just loving it. And I love the smell of 2-stroke in the air and everything. So, yeah, can't wait.
What are your expectations from today as a commentator? What do you want to see on this track?
Well, first of all, I think I'm going to learn a lot. As I said, I've been out of it for quite some time, so I'm going to learn a lot, and I'm going to learn the names of all the participants to start with. So hopefully, with the next time, that I will know them more, and then I can expect from whoever, individuals what they want to or can do or can achieve. So it's going to be a learning curve for me. What I want to see is obviously a couple of good races. And normally I know there's one guy that goes out in front, and then there's a big tussle. 3rd, 4th, 5th. There's normally that's going to be the races that you have to look at and to for, because that's the exciting stuff and the interesting stuff. But as I said, time will tell.
Only time will tell. Now, you've seen some of the ladies, we did touch on them briefly, but you see some of the girls walking around here, some of them in the karts. Just talk to us about you being a father yourself and having a girl yourself, and just how does that make you feel that girls are basically on an equal level?
Yeah, that's so awesome. I just love it, because the thing is that I've told my girl always, Natalia, I said, listen, go out and do anything you want. There's nothing you cannot do. If you want to become a mechanic, for that matter, you can do that. Now in sport, it's for me very important to see that, and especially in Namibia, getting that equation right. And this is one of the small sporting codes, but they're doing it right. There's a lot of bigger sporting codes that can learn from this, and take the model and implement it somewhere else in schools. We need sport in schools. We need much more sport in schools.
There you have it. Now, it's going to be an amazing day out here. If you are in the Swakopmund vicinity, please do come through and just come say hi to us and all of that. Now, we also have, of course, the chief in charge here from the Namibia Motorsports Federation. Your name, sir, and just talk to us.
Okay, my name is Bradley Ferreira. I'm the race director clerk of the course for the race event today. I'm also on the executive committee of the Today it's the start of the national series of the karting championship. We have a few changes last year that we're implementing this year. One of the major changes, of course, is the introduction of the new rock classes. The new rock classes that are championship, national championship. So yes, I'm looking forward to today. Happened, and Heat 1 start very soon.
Now talk to us about, we did touch on it slightly with York, but the delay earlier on, reason behind it, he talked about slick tires, but what exactly, maybe to the viewers out there that don't understand what slick tires are and what a track can do for a rider at that point, driver at that point in time.
Officials at the event.
Yeah, resumed now. What is going to happen for the rest of the day today in terms of just how many heats are we going to remain with the heats? What is happening around?
Competitors.
What exactly are you expecting as the chief in charge here today from these riders, parents, organizers, spectators? What exactly do you expect from each and every individual?
So this.
Support of the Namibia Federation. Now, let's just talk about in terms of how happy you guys are to see so many female participants coming through.
I mean, you'd start from the age of 4 or 5 years to sport. Major drives this year is going to be to get more females into car. Motorsport as a grassroots program. So we are started looking for females to join. Can get more.
Perfect. Now we heard it there from the Motorsport Federation, of course. Very excited to have the ladies out there. Now, if you are within the Windhoek or Swakopmund district or wherever you might be in the country, please do try and get in contact with these people so that you can make sure we'll get York's details out to you guys later. We'll get the Motorsports Federation so that you can put up, even if it's just in terms of a marshal or such, so that we can get the ladies out there. I'm all for the girls and I'm all for supporting whatever the Motorsports Federation wants to do here, and within pushing the Milas, the Mikas, the Nikki Benkas, those guys, they all have to be pushed. So thank you so much, and we'll definitely catch up with you maybe perhaps throughout the day. Thank you so much. Now, once again, there for our viewers at home, do come join us here at the Swakopmund Go-Karting track. It's an absolutely beautiful day. Very cold this morning, or wet and cold, but for now, we're very much excited about what's happening around here. Now, we also got one of last year's champions here. We've got Justus Buchel here with us, and we're just going to have a short chat with him, and just in terms of what a champ you were last year and how excited you are about the 2023 season.
Yeah, very excited. We have some new competitors, class getting bigger. Obviously, I'm way more used to and not coming in as an underdog. Yeah, it'll be exciting.
So you guys are missing the junior. bumping in up with the calendar. Talk to us about just having you, Ivan, and then of course Zane is also now in your class.
Yes, so it's sad there were less people. Obviously, we always want racing and more people in the racing. But Zane, he's getting faster, and Ivan, obviously, he's fast, and it always gives you good competition.
Now we had a short delay this morning in terms of the track being wet and such. Did that have a mental effect on you guys as racers, and you were pumped up and maybe lost your energy along the line, or do you think you're still mentally there?
I think I'm still mentally there, but obviously you want to go now, and then oh no, I have to wait now, and I waited probably like an hour or two more than I should have. So yeah, probably affected some of it, but as soon as you're in that kart, you're in the zone, and nothing really matters after that.
So you guys already had qualifying. Just talk to us about how the track feels. Is it also happy with the track? I saw you guys earlier studying the track and walking through the track. Just talk to us about that.
Yeah, so the track walk, it was just to see what the wet spots were, or how the track was looking, because there's some new tar, and we were just checking how the bumps were and so on. I feel alright. Obviously, you always want to start on pole, but you can't always be there. And then I was quite happy with what I did, but the track feels weird. I think the rain made it, and now the quick temperature change made it feel a bit different than it normally would.
Awesome stuff. So expectations for you for this year?
Now that we know we can do it, we want to try to get first. But I think we're really working towards going to SA and trying to do better there on the big tracks.
Now you heard it there from Justus. What a beautiful racer he was last year, and just the experience that he's brought out. And they're going to try and gun for first place this year once again, and just excitement in the air. Now it's not going to be very long. I see the marshals are all moving towards their stations as we prepare for the first class, which is of course Bambinos. This year we've got 9 classes, not just 8 anymore. Of course, the two new rock classes introduced mini rock, and there's kids rock as well. So keep an eye out for Mila Botha, that's in the kids rock class, and then the 2 Kayamo brothers, and then of course the Bambinos are gonna be amazing. And don't forget the DT2 category as well as the DT2 Masters.
Good afternoon here from the Rotax Max National Karting Championship from a beautiful sunny Swakopmund. So we are looking at a total of 43 drivers taking part in this event here today in a total of 9 categories. So we are seeing the Bambino class lining up with card number 10 is Gary Dos Santos, card number 19. Nick Kruger, he's one of the new talents on the track. Card number 60, Zian Nell, he's also a new driver. 63, Russell Josephat. Card 99, Net Haman. Card number 100, Mika Bota. Card number 333, Elri Kutsia. 444, Reinel Kutsia. Then card number 464, Rocco van Eden, which is also one of the new drivers here today. So we are ready and waiting for the start as we look here to the northeast where the the Rossing Mountains are looming there at the back. A beautiful sunny day. We had a little bit of drizzle earlier this morning where unfortunately we had a bit of a delay because of that, of a wet track where the karts are running on slicks, and which is not an ideal situation for them to run on wet tracks. So the kart there in pole position, kart number 82, which will most probably open the track. Then kart number 100, Mika Bota. Kart number 444, Reinel Kutsia. In second on the grid, kart number 63, Russell Josephat. And that is a young man to watch. Kart number 99, Net Haman. Then kart number 333, Elri Kutsia. There in fifth position. Kart number 19 is 6, Nick Creer. And 464, Rocco van Eden, bringing up the rear. So we are ready for the opening track. We see there the opening kart riding there in front. It's just to get the youngsters around the track safely for the first lap. And then obviously they will start with a rolling start. So let's have a look at what's going to happen within the next couple of seconds here at the start of the Rotax Max National Karting Championship Leg 1, with the Bambinos opening the track here today. And still getting their tires warm, and it's a start. It's a go, with the opening car just speeding up ahead, clearing the track for the Bambinos. And we're going to look number 100, that is Mika Bota, taking the lead by already about 10 meters. Second card, third card, coming around the western end of the track. Mika Bota, then it's Reinel Kutsia, and number 63, Russell Josephat, which has taken up the third podium position. As we see that card number 100, Mika Bota, is slightly pulling away from the rest of the field. There we can see card number 100, still Mika Bota, getting the thumbs up from the sidelines. Doing pretty well. There's already one of the cards being lapped. Still Reinel Kutsia in second position. And they are now both stuck off camera behind the back marker with number 100. Mika Bota just utilizing this opportunity and racing away from the rest of the field. Card number 444, Reinhold Kutsia, now in second, 63, Russell Josephat still in third. But the man to catch at this stage is the man on your screen there, card number 100, Miku Botha, not going to be caught, 63. Just taking it easy around the western hairpin, card number 100. Let's have a look. Card number 444, still in second. That man on your screen is the man to beat. Miku Botha taking it away. Card number 19, Nick Kruger, one of the newer racers there briefly on screen. A nice race there, going past some of the back markers yet again is Miku Botha, getting held up slightly, but I don't think it's going to be much of a problem for him, getting past that back marker. And there he will make his move on the inside, on the outside, fighting his way through, and then a little bit of a spin. But it is Miku Botha that is gone past another back marker, and he is just killing it in front of the field. A little bit catching up. Reinhold Kutsia now in second position still with 63. Russell Josephat doing the podium final in third position. Let's have a look. Just card number 100 is running 100%. Miku Botha. He comes across the start finish. And the track is still open. Looks like there's around about 3 laps left. Going across the northern end of the track, just after the hairpin. Now on the coast end. And there you see the carts bundling up slightly with some of the back markers holding back the front runner, Miku Botha. See what he's going to do. He doesn't have to do much though, as obviously he's way in front of the second racer. So he will just hang back, bide his time and see whether he can just fly on the inside of one of the back markers. There you see a little bit more speed. Is it? No, can't catch up, but he's now in the inside and just missing out. Card number 444, Reinhold Kutsia, now catching up slightly. Card number 100 still being stuck behind 2 of the back markers. What is the move going to be? It's going to be on the outside. It's going to be on the inside. They still just biding his time, waiting. All right, and there you can see. Look like there's 1 lap left. Just going to hang back. Card number 444, Reinhold Kutsia, has caught up quite a bit with the likes of Miku Botha. So this just might be a very exciting ending with there is the big crash. And unfortunately, I think number 444 or number 63, it might be. .454 coming through. It looks like it was either 63, 444 and 100 all got mangled up in that little accident, which means that cart number 63 that's been running third throughout the whole race, Russell Josephat, is going to take this heat one of the Bambino class in the Rotax Max National Karting Championship leg one. So red flag there, which means the race is stopped in any case. So it looks like we have a winner in card 63, which is now very difficult to figure out the rest of it, but I think card number 10, Gary Dos Santos, might be in on the podium standings there, and then obviously Alri Kutsia, card number 333. So we just have to wait for the official results to check what exactly transpired. All right, and then it seems like card number 100, Miku Buta, came out as the winner there. I think that the race was stopped with a certain amount of laps being raced. Then 444, Reinald Kutsia in second position, with cart number 63, Russell Josephat in third position. Cart number 333, Alri Kutsia, went into fourth position, with cart number 99, Ned Hannum, is in fifth position, position number 6, being followed by cart number 19, Nick Krieger, one of the newer races here. What a brilliant result for him there. Then cart number 10 is in 7th position, Gary Dos Santos, with 464 in 8th position, Raku van Eden, also a new guy on the block. And then cart number 60, also new boy on the block, is Zian Nel. He is taking in place number 9. So there we go for the first heat of the Bambinos. They have just finished this race, so we are waiting for most probably the Kid Rock class coming out, where there's 4 races, but we are just waiting for confirmation on that. Beautiful day here at the coast, Swakopmund. We are going to cross to CJ for to speak to one of the races.
New faces, excitement for everybody here at Swakopmund Go-Karting. Now we are getting ready for the race, but just that again, in beautiful was he there in terms of just his driving and showing off his skill. You can definitely see he was in the race with his and the Kayamo twins last year, bringing out his classy act and experience for him at such a young age. And of course, in second place, Renelle could see what a beautiful race there from her as well, from the youngster in car 444. Beautiful racing. Now we are getting ready. That's of course for the next race for today, where we've got another tight competition. Van Dijk in that class as well, and it's going to be great to see all of these guys competing. So it's back to you at the top there in the commentary, Joep.
Right, yeah, we are back with what looks like it's going to be the bigger boys. Cart number 20, we see there is the senior max class. Then we have cart number 2, Andre Esbach, sorry. Cart number 17, Alan Smith. and he is the senior max champion for 2022, so he's the man to look out for. Then card number 20, Martin Goos. Card number 21, Kian Fuzel, he's a new entry. Card number 82, Zane Venter. Card number 160, Kobus Reineke. He was the junior champion last year. He's moved up the class to the senior max. And then obviously we have Jackie van Dijk. Card number 777. It's game on for the senior max as we see who's going to take the lead. Just at this stage, looks like Andre Esbach and Alan Smith, the senior champ, who is fighting it out for that first position. But these guys very close, very close. Card number 160, it is Kobus Reineke, which is the junior champ of last year, that is actually taken the lead. Card number 160. Here we go. Around the hairpin, the last races, then coming back on the western end. Opening quite a little bit of a gap there is Kobus Reineke. Then card number 20, Martin Goos. Card number 17, Alan Smith. So we have Kobus Reineke, Martin Goos and Alan Smith taking up the podium position at this stage, the 3 points. But the race between 2, 3, 4 and 5 is on. On your screen, Kobus Reineke, he's just flying, card number 20. 777, Chucky van Dijk now has moved into third position there with Kobus Reineke still up front, 160. Here we go. Then we see that there's a very tight fight for the second and third positions there. It looks like Chucky van Dijk has been kicked back to a third position with card number 20 in second, Martin Goos. Martin Goos and Chucky van Dijk having a huge battle, but the man to look for is Kobus Reineke, and that's the man that needs to be beat by Chucky and Martin Goos. Let's have a look. Same positions. Positions haven't changed yet. We see Kobus Reineke. Then we see Martin Goos and Chucky van Dijk in third place. Card number 17, hot on the heels of Alan Smith of Chucky van Dijk on fourth position. Card number 160, going past Kobus Reineke, and he's opened up a lead of most probably 50 plus meters at this stage. So everything to be done by Martin Goos, Chucky van Dijk and Alan Smith. But positions number 3, 4 and 5 very, very, very tightly squeezed together. And it is Kobus Reineke just flying. 777 there, Chucky van Dijk. We know him as Chucky. Jaco van Dijk, better known in a previous life as one of the best rally drivers that this country has ever seen. And we had a couple, so we are looking at just 160 running away Kobus Reineke. He was the junior champion last year with card number 20, card number 777 and card number 17, which is Alan Smith. He's the senior champion, but running in fourth position at this stage and needing to pull out all the stops to try and at least catch up and get onto that podium position. Card number 20, Martin Goos, second position. Card number 160, Kobus Reineke, junior champ, still in first. Card number 20, then 77 and 17 as Chucky van Dijk and Alan Smith. having an epic battle, and then in position number 5, we have, it's just here we see some of the back markers being lapped by Kobus Reinecke. Kart number 20 now catching up quite rapidly because of that back marker. Kart number 20 setting his sights on Kobus Reinecke. Kart number 20, obviously Martin Gous. Martin Gous now closing up the gap. And we've seen with the previous race that one of the back markers actually caused the race to be stopped because of a crash in the Babino class. But still holding his own is Kobus Reinecke, which is just edging out kart number 20, Martin Gous, with the back marker Max Roberts, which is a new entry in the senior max class. Racing and holding back the whole field at this stage slightly. So what's going to happen? Now is Martin Gous going to make a move? He's going to make a move. He's going past Kobus Reinecke. He has just gone past Kobus Reinecke. Kobus Reinecke then making the move again on the inside, taking back that first position with the back marker Max Roberts, actually now causing a little bit of a problem there for the front runner, but making the race much more exciting for the spectators. Kobus Reinecke now taking the lead yet again. Martin Gous still hot on his heels. Kart number 777, Chucky van Dijk in third. There we see the green flags, which means that the track is still open. Everything is good. Chucky van Dijk in a far third position with the first two. Kobus Reinecke, 160 junior champion, and Martin Gous fighting it out for position number 1. Then it looks like that Kobus Reinecke is playing cat and mouse with Martin Gous, just being stuck behind the back marker the whole time. And there we see Martin Gous making his move yet again. A little bit of more speed, it seems like, on the straights, but brilliant turn driving by Kobus Reinecke. So he's much better in the bends, and he'll most probably gonna take Martin Gous in one of the bends. But there Gous is pulling away slightly there from Reinecke, and I don't think Reinecke should let him go too far in front, because there's not a lot of laps left in this race. It looks like there's around about 4 laps that is left in this race. The back marker still holding up kart number 555, Max Roberts, the new entry, still holding up Martin Gous, and then Kobus Reinecke, which had a brilliant race up to now. But Martin Gous looks like he has pulled out all the stops. There's a yellow flag that just came out, a little bit of caution with Martin Gous now challenging that back marker, see whether he can take him out in one of the turns. And obviously Kobus will have to get past that back marker as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the field is going to be widened between him and Martin Gous. But Martin Gous, or rather Kobus Reinecke, beautiful inside just after the hairpin, and now he's in second position behind Martin Gous, but now he has to catch up with Martin Gous again. Martin, a yellow flag coming out. One of the carts off camera, it spun out, and but we are focusing on the front runners here, which is Martin Gous and Kobus Reinecke. There we see kart number 21, Kian Fusel. He's one of the newcomers. And the race being taken by Martin Gous, kart number 20, 160, Kobus Reinecke, and kart number 777, Chucky van Dijk, bringing up the medal tally with the last podium spot being taken in by Chucky van Dijk. So there we go. Martin Gous, number 2, Reinecke, and number 3 is Alan Smith. There we go. That's the top speeds. We are here in Swakopmund at the Rotax Max National Karting Championship, and that is the leg 1 of the 2023 season. Beautiful weather that we're having here. Are we going to have a chat with one of the podium racers? We are just waiting for the official results to come through. But what a race by Martin Gous, having sat in the second position for quite some time, and then obviously coming through in the latter part of the race and taking this one. Kart number 20 in first position is Martin Gous, with kart number 160, which is Kobus Reinecke. He was the junior champion last year, and he came in second in this one. A little bit unfortunate, I would say. And then third was kart number 17, Alan Smith, which was the senior champion last year. So those are the 3 podium positions. We're going to cross over to the pits with CJ and taking a look at one of the winners, the podium races.
Now, what a race that was. Senior Max delivering exactly the reason why MBC has joined in on this broadcast is because of this type of action. From the word go all the way to the very end, it was just action, action, and some more action. Now, we saw, of course, Kobus Reinecke, who was last year's champion in the Junior Max category, that was literally taking all the podiums last year against his very own Senior Max participants as well. We saw him, unfortunately, fell down to second there. The likes of Martin Gous just beating him at some point in time during that race. Now, what a beautiful race that was, and I think you at home are just on the edge of your seats, just like I was. What a beautiful race it was indeed. And unfortunately, a driver also spinning out there at the first turn at one of the last few laps, and unfortunate there for him, but he'll surely be back. We'll give you an update later on that, whether his kart is able to continue or not, and lead you forward as to what's going to happen. They are, of course, going to try and clean up the track now, get that kart off there. I see also the kart is, it seems like they want to push it out, and it's not going to be able to drive off, so there might be some mechanical difficulties in leading up to that. So, but we'll definitely do give you an update later on about that. Race number 3 that we'll be looking at is, of course, the Mini Max category, where it is a fair share of some interesting races that's going to take place. And just some of the names to get you through what's going to be happening is, of course, Heinrich Ross. What a driver he was last year. Mick Goldback, Nikki Benker, we spoke about her earlier. One of the ladies that has been phenomenal last season, and to make sure that she is up in another class this year, and definitely going to have her hands full with some of those gentlemen in that category. Jan Hendrik Kutsia, also somebody to look forward to. Paul Oosthuizen, he is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Card number 414, definitely a good driver, and that's what I mean by Nikki is going to have her hands full in terms of what exactly has been happening in that category. And then Jean Carl, he's also one of those guys that you should look out for. But back to today's action, or now's action. Martin Gous taking that one, followed by Kobus Reinecke, Alan Smith, and then Zane Venter, Andre Espach, and Max Roberts, and then Chucky van Dijk, Kian. So great. And that was just the timing order in terms of pole. Kobus Reyneke is up in front, and then the likes of Martin Goos, and then car 555 Max, and then Alan Smith. So it's a very tight race in the senior max category. And later, Heat 2, late 3, we might see a champion forming or redeeming themselves in the sense of Kobus Reyneke.
All right, thank you so much, CJ. And then we are just asking that question, you know, it's hanging in the air, whether kart number 160 in the previous race, which is obviously the senior max one, Kobus Reyneke, which was the junior champion last year, and he flew around the track like the king of the track. And at the latter part of the race, you can see him struggling to hold on or catch up with Martin Goos, whether there was a slight little misfire in that engine, or was it just brilliant driving from Martin Goos? Well, we're going to most probably see in the next heat when they start up the next heat. We're gonna see what the situation on that is. Then we are going to look at the third race for the day. It's going to be the mini max, but before we see the karts lining up for that, it's over to CJ yet again in the pits.
Now, we did, of course, tell you guys that we'll bring you an update on the rider and whether or not he's okay. Now, we've got Kian. Kian, of course, this is your first race, spinning out on your first one. How are you feeling? Are you okay?
Yeah, physically I'm fine, but just disappointed I couldn't finish the race. I was doing well, and then I wasn't doing well, and then, yeah, I wish I could have finished it.
What exactly went wrong there? Do you have any idea what happened?
I just tried to brake too late to try and overtake him and just push past the limit and ended up in the gravel for it, so yeah.
Do you think it's a lesson learned for you going on, and do you think your kart is okay? We'll be seeing you back in heat number 2?
I think so, yeah, it should be fine. And then next time I'll know where the limit is, I think, and maybe hopefully I'll finish and get some good positions.
Awesome stuff. Now, Kian, from us, welcome to the racing world, and best of luck with heat number 2.
Thank you.
There you have it, Kian doing spinning out there, unfortunately, and not being able to finish. But behind me, you've got the mini max that's going to take place. Like I said, keep an eye on some of those riders, and especially Nikki Benke.
All right, thank you, CJ, for that information. Well, it's still going to be down to the wire for these two races in the senior max. But back to the mini max, these are the guys that are on screen now. Kart number 22, Heinrich Roos. Kart number 77, Mick Goldback. Kart number 101, Nikki Benke. And then she was the Torino champion last year. Then Jan Hendrik Kutsie, kart number 111. Kart number 414, 414, Paul Westhuizen, 676, Jean Carl. And it's game on. And we see the kart of Heinrich Roos still in front with Paul Westhuizen in second position at this stage. There you see them across the line or around the hairpin though. Then we have kart number 22, Heinrich Roos, still in the leading position. Paul Westhuizen still in second as they come around the western end. And already racing away with car 676, Jean-Carl in third position. The fourth position slightly falling away. Kart number 676, Jean-Carl rather, coming around in third there. Then back to the leaders, which is Heinrich Roos and Paul Westhuizen. They're coming into the straight, crossing the start-finish line. 18 laps to go with these guys. But tightly packed together is position number 1 and 2, Heinrich Roos and Paul Westhuizen. Coming around the hairpin in third position, Jean-Carl. Turning right back into the start-finish straight, going around the southern end of the track. Still Heinrich Roos and Paul Oosthuizen racing wheel to wheel. And no mistakes can be made by either one of these races at this stage, but still a very, very long race to go. So the first one to make a mistake here. Coming to the hairpin is car number 2, Heinrich Roos, Jean-Carl. Car number 414 or 676 rather, Jean-Carl, very long way back still. And there we have the fight on in the home straight, and it's car number 22, 414. 414's got the inside lane, but no, it just couldn't make it. Car number 22, Heinrich Roos, just keeping him out. Paul Oosthuizen, with a lot of laps still to go, is testing the water and see where and how he's going to try and dethrone Heinrich Roos in this, the first heat of the Minimax. 6 races taking part in this event, but at this stage it's only 2 of them that count, with Heinrich Roos and Paul Oosthuizen fighting it out absolutely wheel to wheel, running across or around the hairpin, coming around the northwestern end of the track. And then a slight swoop to the west, coming around the corner. Now it's the straight back again, the start-finish straight, and Heinrich Roos managing to keep out Paul Oosthuizen yet again. Going for the hairpin there, around the hairpin they go. Still holding positions, number 1 and 2, Heinrich Roos, Paul Oosthuizen. Who is going to have the nerves of steel? Once again, every time they come into the home straight, it is Paul Oosthuizen challenging Heinrich Roos, but Roos masterfully keeping him out every time. Around the hairpin yet again, with more or less 12 laps it looks like to go, 12 and a half laps for them. Now they're obviously catching up to the back markers, and we've seen what the back markers have done in the previous couple of races, where the back marker can swing the race in favor of the challenger. So still holding on to that first position, Heinrich Roos. Paul Oosthuizen in second position. One of the back markers now holding up Roos. Roos going on the outside. Is he going to go on the outside? Yes. Going on the outside now. It is Paul Oosthuizen being held back, and now it is time for Heinrich Roos to put a little bit of daylight between the two of them, him and Paul Oosthuizen, which is in third position, but or in second position. But Paul Oosthuizen with a little bit more speed in the start-finish straight, just flying past the back marker there. Once again, Heinrich Roos taking on one of the back markers, and masterfully both of them just flying past that back marker. Still number 1 Heinrich Roos, number 2 Paul Oosthuizen. A little bit of a gap being opened up between the two of them. Going around the hairpin yet again. Still no change. A little bit of a swoop around the 180, coming into the start finish, and Heinrich Roos just holding on for dear life. The question has to be asked whether Paul Oosthuizen is just biding his time, just hanging onto the back tire of Heinrich Roos, and whether he's going to make a move within the next couple of rounds. We don't know. There's 8 of them left. We don't know what's going to happen. Once again, 676 It looks like Jean-Carl, one of the back markers, now holding up the two leaders yet again, going around the hairpin, and it is Heinrich Roos trying to go on the outside. No, it's not going to do that. He's going to take the inside. He's trying to go on the outside yet again. The back marker now scrambling the two front runners, Heinrich Roos and Paul Oosthuizen. And what is going to happen here? Both of them just go on the inside, but positions unchanged. Heinrich Roos, Paul Oosthuizen, 1 and 2. And you can just see the speed of these two little cars over the rest of the field. They are just flying, and they are so well matched. I reckon if the tables were turned, it would most probably be Paul Oosthuizen that will be holding off Heinrich Roos throughout the whole race as well. So these two pretty well matched, going around the hairpin. And now for the long swoop, going to the 180 back into the home straight. Let's have a look what's going to happen. It looks like Paul Oosthuizen might have a slightly more speed coming into the home straight, but no, it is Heinrich Roos that just holding him out every time they come into the home straight. But once again, it might be Paul Oosthuizen that's just checking out what move he will have to make in the last lap to just get the edge over Heinrich Roos. And Heinrich Roos, Paul Oosthuizen yet again. Then shown, yes, on the outside or on the inside. No, still not. At this stage, not very successful trying to overtake Heinrich Roos, but he's definitely looking for making that move with only 3 laps left. So let's see what's going to happen. Once again, it is bumper to bumper stuff. Very tight turn going on the inside, but no, still not. Heinrich Roos just carrying a little bit more speed out of the turn and keeping that advantage over Paul Oosthuizen. Paul Oosthuizen now going on the inside. What's going to happen? Going around the northern hairpin on the inside, and then cut out by Heinrich Roos. Paul Oosthuizen now coming to the inside. But the speed of Heinrich Roos just being enough every time with 1 lap to go. There's 1 lap to go for Paul Oosthuizen to make his move. He needs to be on the back of Heinrich Roos when he goes out of the turn, and he needs to keep the carry, or to carry the speed out of that. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's see what's going to happen. Once again, he's trying to go in the inside, but it's Heinrich Roos cutting him out, and Heinrich Roos taking that one by just the skin of his teeth, with Paul Oosthuizen coming into 3rd position. Brilliant race at the front of the Mini Max, where we see Heinrich Roos, Paul Oosthuizen, and Jean-Carl, I think, in 3rd position, if I'm not mistaken. But just waiting for the back markers to come in and finish. And it looks like we have a stall by one of the carts there without finishing. So unfortunately, there we also then see a red flag, which means that the track is closed, and we're just going to get out all the carts off the track for the next class to be announced. So we are looking just to see what the official results show us on this one. The Minimax, the first hit of the Rotax Max National Karting Championship here in Swakopmund. What a beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky, slight breeze from the west coming in, keeping things cool, and we are waiting for the results on the Mini Max. So there we go. As we said, then Heinrich Roos, kart number 22, in first position, with Paul Westhuizen 414 in second, 676 Jean Carl in position number 3, position number 4, kart number 77 Mick Goldback, and 101 in fifth position, that'll be Nikki Benker. Well done, Nikki, there. And then in sixth position, kart number 111 Jan Hendrik Kutsia. And with that,
Good afternoon and welcome to the Swakopmund Go-Karting track, where we're bringing you live all the action here from the National Karting Championships. That's of course leg 1 of the 2023 season. Now, if you've just joined us and you didn't catch all the action on the live streaming, a lot has been happening. We had some spin-outs, we had some great action, overtaking, kiddies, and it's just all cute and fun and everything, a combination of all of it. Now this morning we were a bit delayed by some wet weather here in Swakopmund, but nothing too serious, and we're back on track literally, and ready to take on the next few races. Behind me you can see just a little meeting happening currently, just of the races, race commanders and chiefs just going through all the stuff again, once again, as we did have, like I said, an incident earlier on of a car just spinning out. So just making sure that everybody is taken care of, and safety is of course the priority here at the National Karting Championship. Now we've had already the Bambinos in action, we've had Senior Max in action, and of course the Mini Max, and what races that was, especially in the Senior Max category. Young Kobus Reinicke from last year, the defending champion, or the champion from the Junior Max category, moving up this year into Senior Max and giving those guys still a tough time. However, Martin Goos making sure that he is not going to give Reinicke a free ride here in the Senior Max category. And what a race that was. If you've got a bit of time, maybe just go to our Facebook or to our YouTube channel and just go make sure that you take a quick look at what exactly happened there. Now, apart from all of this, we've got some loads of new riders that are participating in this season's event, and a record number of entries that has come along, and that's of course 43 drivers that have registered for this year's first leg. And what a massive number that is. It just means that karting in Namibia is growing, and ultimately that's what we want. We want to produce national championships that can obviously go and represent Namibia on a higher level out there, not just in the African Open, but further into international competitions. And it all starts here at the likes of Swakopmund. So if you are in the vicinity, please do come join us. It's going to be an absolutely brilliant day. The sun's out, and we've got some refreshments here, and do come say hi to the NBC team. Now, talking about the NBC team, apart from all the camera crew and directors and sound guys behind the scenes, we also have got a new person on board, of course, Joop Nel. That is our commentator for this year, and what a start he's had. Joop, maybe you could take us through just your thoughts on the first 3 races and what you further expect.
CJ, thank you so much. Yeah, no, I'm still getting goosebumps, you know. I don't know what to say about everything that is happening here. From the Bambinos, which is also obviously the small class, we just saw brilliant racing. And then we saw the rest of the other 2 classes that came through was then obviously the Senior Max and the Mini Max. And then we have to welcome the NBC viewers here, and you just in time for the Micro Max, which is the 4th heat for the day. And thank you so much for joining us here from a beautiful Swakopmund with weather to die for. And we're going to cross over to CJ to just say hi to you and just to give you a vibe on what's happening here at the track.
Now, Joop sounds very much excited, and I'm just as excited as because the Micro Max is getting ready to take off, especially that's, of course, race number 4 for today. And only time will tell who's going to take this one. Do enjoy.
Right, and there we see, as we heard there from CJ, thank you CJ, the Micro Max are on their way. We've got cart number 81, Riley Robbins, cart number 91, Mandimu Kayamu, then Nandi Kayamu. These two boys are gonna hit the front of the track, most probably from the start. And then cart number 215, Milan Fischer. Cart number 222, Malan Kutsia. We have a newbie here, obviously in Riley Robbins, or Relay Robbins. He's in cart number 81. So let's have a look as they come around the 180 there, coming into the start-finish straight for the running start. And it's immediately 92, 91 and 92, Mandume Kayamu and brother Nandi Kayamu that is taking the lead. And very, very close to each other with a third place. They're going to cart number, I just have to confirm that number at the stage. We still have the Kayamu brothers taking the lead and going around the 180 at the back as they entered the start-finish line. It is cart number 92 taking the lead now, Nande Kayamu, then 215, Milan Fischer taking up the podium position, number 3, as they go around the hairpin, but the close race between Nandi Kayamu and Mandume Kayamu, the two brothers there. It is Mandume that has started out in first, but a quick tussle there. Nandi Kayamu now in first position, taking that lead. Now cart number 92, Nandi Kayamu, opening up a little bit of a gap towards the third position there. And then just joining us here in the commentary box for a change, not only in the pits. CJ, a little bit more about these races. We said that the two brothers are just two brilliant little races. What can we expect from them?
Yes, no, I'm getting goosebumps as you're talking about them. Of course, Nande and Mandume, classy acts that they are. Last year, definitely crowd favorites here at the coast in Windhoek. It's been absolutely amazing to see them grow. I mean, last year when we started with this production, they were but their first few rides in, and they didn't understand anything about karting yet. And just looking at them now a year later, and I'm completely in awe of what they have produced. Of course, York Goldback, the organizer, being their coach. Of course, their dad also putting in so much effort with them, making sure, I'm talking about, under correction here, but over 300 laps that they do in preparation for races in between each leg. So it's absolutely amazing. And then, of course, them having 2 new karts and moving up another level is amazing. So great to see them in action here, and always healthy competition between the two brothers. Of course, Nandi is still in the lead here in the thick of things, while Mandume isn't far off his heels, trying to make a move there. But third place seems to have a good 110 meters between first, second and third. Of course, Milan there in third position currently. So very excited to see what the brothers can produce here today, Joop.
Yes, no, most definitely. And as you said, they are just basically running away from the rest of the field. Just another question, CJ, is that we see a lot of youngsters or newbies coming into the sport, which is obviously brilliant for any sport. And as I counted quickly, there's about 10 new riders, which means it's 25%, 24, 23% more or new riders coming into this competition.
It's absolutely amazing, Joop. When we joined this production last year, we didn't think that it would be growing this fast so quickly within a year. And you can clearly see just the interest in the sport code has grown tremendously. And that is exactly what the National Karting Championship wants, motorsport in Namibia wants, is for these youngsters to come through. Because these might be the future Michael Schumachers or the Verstappens or whoever Hamiltons you might be supporting. And it all starts here, because that's where all of those riders started.
Yeah, and obviously not only the F1s and whatever the case may be, but for guys racing here that might go into other disciplines. For instance, the rallies in Namibia, which we all know has had a big history in Namibia. You know, one of the toughest rallies on the African continent is obviously the Total Tara.
Yes.
So, you know, just having this amount of young talent being grown and nurtured on Namibian soil.
I completely agree. It's the future that we are looking at here, Yup. And like you said there, rightfully, so many areas that they can venture into. Maybe we'll even see some of them on a few two-wheelers in a few years, and that's even big here. Yeah, it's even big here in Swakopmund, the MX tracks and such. So you never know. Mandume and his brother Nandi might be one of those guys, or they just want to stay in the karting business. I know they participate in all types of sport codes across the board, but to see them here today puts a smile on my face that last year they were newbies and today they look like experienced young professionals.
Right, there's around about 10 laps now left in this race. Then quickly, we've spoken earlier about me and a colleague of mine about the tradition or the history of motorsport at the coast. And if you look at especially a rally this past couple of years, most of the drivers on the National Rally Championships are coming from the coast. Now you see this sport and there's a lot of people from the coast. As you mentioned as well, the MX, there's a lot of people coming from the coast. So there's just a huge bunch of petrol heads at the west coast of Namibia.
Definitely, I think it's the dunes. I think the dunes are the reason behind it. I mean, it's absolutely amazing on a December to come here and ride some of those quad bikes and get that experience. Even me, myself, I find myself wishing that I was a bit more financially able and stable to be able to do that. Because, of course, motorsport being a very expensive sport code. But as we talk, you can see Mandume there closing on to his brother Nandi, and always a quick, a tight race between these two youngsters as Mandume is trying to make a break there on the hairpin move and just closing that gap, Yup, at this point in time.
All right, and it looks like it's either Riley Robbins being one of the back markers now there, with still Milan Fischer, kart number 215, still in third position with 7 laps now to go for these youngsters. Riley obviously still have a lot to learn as one of the new guy on the track in the Micro Max, and obviously his first heat as well for today. So, you know, let's see how he progresses through the next 2 heats.
No, definitely, Yup. You can see that the youngsters and the newbies are coming through. We saw earlier on that the likes of Kian that span out in that previous race in the senior max category. That was also a newbie, and just to see that how the newbies are not scared of taking the race to the old experienced drivers and just keeping it interesting here at the National Karting Championship.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously I know from experience that, you know, when you're there on the starting grid, there's a lot of jitters, and as the day progresses, obviously you're gonna feel a lot better about yourself and your ability, and the speed is not gonna be as bad as it was in the first heat. I know that. So hopefully these newbies can come through and just, you know, build that little bit of confidence, because I mean that's what it's all about, isn't it?
That is definitely what it's all about. Now we see the race between the two brothers always getting tighter and tighter. Of course, Nandi being last year's defending champion in the Bambino class, and we see him still very much in the lead here and in control of things. But his brother Mandume is not letting him slip away from him just yet and keeping himself in the race with just 4 laps left. Yup, do you think Mandume will be able to make a move on his brother?
It just looks like these two karts are so similarly matched that I can't see that happening. But you know what? He's most probably just sitting back and biding his time and hoping for a slight opening or a slight slip of the brother, because I mean the couple of meters that are between them is not going to make well, it's going to make a huge difference if there's a little bit of a slip up, as we just saw the back end of Nandi just breaking away slightly, and that is the kind of mistake that his brother is obviously going to look for.
Yes, no, definitely. As off air, I'm just watching his father or their father standing here.
And the back markers now.
And they catch the back markers coming through there, passing car 222, Milan Kutsia. And as I was saying, you can see their father trying to celebrate and trying to sign language on the side as the emotions are high. And now we see Mandume making a break as well. They were a bit split there, and this could even lead to an overtake.
This can lead to an overtake, because that back marker is now whatever. Every time the two races before this, we saw the back markers making a huge difference. So let's see what they can do with it. Obviously, you have to use it to your advantage somehow.
One of them, and Mandume, making a move there, coming closer towards his brother, as Nandi is still very much close and going around the hairpin. It looks like no, Nandi just slips away there from Mandume for a second, and now caught in between the two brothers, and this might cost him with just one lap left to go. This is gonna
there's a checkered flag coming out.
It's the last lap here. Can something happen for Mandume? Nope. Nande takes this one with Mandume in second, and of course the Milan Fisher there in third.
Yes, we saw that even Milan were just literally 2 meters in front of one of the Kanyamo brothers in third position. So they basically lapped the third position. So well done to them. Both brilliant
race in front there, but pretty much evenly matched. So not a lot that Nande or Mandume could have done to take over the first position from his brother Nande Kanyamu, but beautiful racing, and it just goes to show, you know what, if the parents are involved and time is being spent on the track, there's no substitution for experience and obviously the love that the whole family have for the sport. So well done. We are just waiting for the official results. As we see there, the two brothers, beautiful shot there from the two brothers going into the pits. Kart number 215, Milan Fisher. There's kart number 222, Milan Kutsia. And we have it there. And Nandu Kayamu in first position. Kart number 92, second position, 91, brother Mandume. Then 215 is kart Milan Fisher. Then 222, Milan Kutsia. And obviously bringing up the rear is Riley Robinson, which is the new kid on the block. And we're going to cross over to CJ there in the pits yet again to get from her what news we have from the pits.
Yes, so there you have it. What a beautiful race that was between Nande and Mandume Kayamo. And of course, Nande taking that one. But just for interesting sake, Mandume actually having the faster lap there. So the next heat, he'll most probably be able to start in pole position. And then it can be a very interesting second heat between those brothers as we are ready for the next race of the day. And they're off currently, just two riders in this one. So not a lot to keep your eyes on, but I'm betting it will be a very interesting one. Back to you, Joop, in the commentary booth.
All right, yes, as we look at the track and the two cars that are going to, it's the Max Terreno class. Unfortunately, only two cars involved in this specific race, which means it might be a brilliant race, but unfortunately there's not going to be any championship points for these two youngsters. Car number 9, Hubert Esbach, and then car number 237 is Travis Nell. So let's have a look at what they gonna do with this race. And it's gonna be a running start, a flying start with the green flag going down. And how closely are they going to be matched? We've got Hubert Esbach taking the front with 237. Travis Nell bringing up the rear. Have they changed the round? Yes. Hubert Esbach now in second position. And it looks like Travis Nell is already slightly pulling away from his only rival, Hubert Esbach. But you know what? Racing is not always having 1,000 competitors around you. It's the love of the sport, and if you're the only one that does it in your class, then you're the only one. And you enjoy it.
They are rightfully so, Joep. Great to see that these two riders are still willing to battle it out, as you rightfully said there. If you've got a passion for something and you really want to do it, even if you're the only one and you look really, really crazy, still do it. These guys, of course, being in their own class today. And look at that racing, starting to be a very tight race there between those two drivers.
Yes, Esbach and Nell fighting it out there. And it seemed, or it looked at one stage, whether Nell is just going to pull away from Esbach, but he came back and he's clawing his way back, and he's going to be on the back end of Nell throughout the rest of the race. As we look at some of the other classes that is still coming up, while these two are fighting it out, we have the Micromax, we had the Kid Rock, then we have the Mini Rock. We said earlier today that those are basically a different manufacturer which came into the sport, and obviously they started these two classes, but it's mostly junior riders as well. It's not very experienced riders. What do you think is the value of another manufacturer coming into a sport such as this, which was obviously dominated by Rotax in the past?
No, I think it's a good move still in terms of you have to start breaking the industry. It can't just be one type of class. I mean, if you look at Formula One, we've got the likes of Red Bull. They've got their own types of engines. You've got Mercedes. They've got their own types of Ferrari. So there's so many engines coming through, and that's good to see for the likes of go-kart as well, that you've got a variety of options, just like you've got a variety of sneakers lately.
Yeah.
You want to have an Adidas brand on your feet, or you want to have a Nike brand on your feet. So I think it's the same thing. It depends on a driver from driver to driver, what exactly you want. It's like the type of helmet you're putting on. So it's if you're more comfortable with a rock type of brand, then why not go for it? And in terms of or a Rotex one as well.
All right. While we have a little bit of lip time, while Hubert Esbach and Travis Nell is fighting it out on the track, positions on change, with Travis Nell still in the lead and Hubert Esbach bringing up the rear. But they're still close together. It's not a runaway race for either of them. If we look at these little cars and you look at people, obviously we want to grow the sport and get it as big as possible. If you start out in the sport, what are we looking at cost-wise? And I know it's always a little bit of a difficult issue, because you don't want to put people off by telling them it's going to cost you $100,000 million to get into, to break into the sport. But you know what? People need to know out there, what are they looking at if they want to bring their kids and start experiencing something like this?
I think that would be a good amount to put to it, Joep, in terms of that. I mean, these you're not looking just at the cart, you're looking at the clothing. It should be protective gear. You're looking at your helmet. You're looking at your shoes. You're looking at just in terms of just the tires. I mean, after a race like this, on a leg like this, it's done. You can't use those tires again. You're going to use them maybe maybe once or twice for training, and then it's done. Then you have to get new slicks. So apart from the engine and the kart itself, just in terms of maintaining that kart, and there's not a lot of guys that take care of it. Like I know Swakopmund karting shop here, York they take care of the karts. But all of these things are things that have to be injected, and then we don't even get to the fuel expenses. Yes, as small as these karts are, they still use, so putting 100,000 out there is next to nothing. It's gonna, in a blink of an eye, it's gone. So imagine you've got two kids doing it. In the case of the Kayamo brothers or the Buetas. So it's a costly exercise, and it's not cheap to just come pull up here. But it's good to see that people are still willing to run that cost for their kids and our future stars.
Yes, right. And then as we look back on the track, it's still Travis Nel and Hubert Esbach trailing at this stage in second position. Then we are looking at venues, facilities for this kind of sport. Now, unfortunately, because it is motorsport and it is a bit more expensive, we don't see that many tracks in Namibia. Basically, there's one, and obviously in Windhoek. What does it take to get something like this up and running? It must be crazy.
I mean, that is crazy to think about it, and there's a reason for having this out there. I mean, just to maintain a track like this, I know in Windhoek we've got another one except for Tony Rust, but that's a lot. It's a social type of one, and this one generates its money from there. It's able to grow and maintain because of you and I, not the competitors, but you and I that come here to have a leisure activity or just to have fun and just make use of the facility in another way.
And obviously plant the seed.
Yes.
You know?
Yes, plant the seed. I think personally I would be an amazing driver, but like I said, finances. I think you've got some work to do.
No. I know that these little things doesn't have shocks, and it's maybe a good thing. But I'm most probably going to bend the back axle. So
yeah. So it takes a lot to put into a track like this. I mean, for spectators at home, there's so many. You see old tires around and stuff, but that's for safety. We saw a car spinning out earlier on, and to make this track actually look the way it does, it's absolutely beautiful. But the maintenance of this tar road, I mean, us as Namibians, we used to potholes, hey? And I'm not seeing one pothole here, and it's a tar road. It has to be maintained. It's expensive. It's a costly exercise.
Nothing to do with roads authority, though, then I reckon. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway, so we're looking at a little bit of a spin out there by Hubert Esbach, which means that Travis Nel has just increased his lead. Travis Nel is now, increased his lead. He's still leading the pack with Hubert Esbach with that little spin out, just a little bit further behind on that.
And just 6 laps left to go in this race. And then after that, we'll, of course, see one of the new categories coming along. And that's, of course, the Kid Rock. One of my personal favorite drivers will be in that one. And that's, of course, the likes of Mila Botha. You can't miss her. She has the orange outfit on today. There's no way you will be able to miss her. One of the girls and one of my favorites. I'm a bit sad, personally, not to see her and the Mandumet or the Kayamo twins not racing together anymore. That was quite an interesting race they had last year. I mean, running for first, second, third, and fourth. So, but it's going to be interesting to see what she does with a bunch of new drivers, old drivers, and Mila bringing her experience along.
Yeah, well, that's really a little interesting little pack there with 3 of the 4 drivers being newbies. So I think that's going to be interesting to see whether there's talent popping out, and especially with one, as you said, one of the more experienced drivers coming into this field, and see whether they can pull them up to where basically her level is.
Yes, no, definitely, and this is how it started. As I said earlier on, the Kayamo brothers, when they started here last year, they were also from the get-go. You could see there's a bit of a spark of potential, and round about the second time, you could see that money was put into them and their training and getting them to that level where they could compete against Mila Botha, that has been doing this for a number of years. So absolutely amazing to see new talent. As you said, rightfully, 26% of today's riders are new drivers, and that's exactly what we want to see here. And I know York was smiling from ear to ear just for the fact that this sport is developing, and that is exactly what we want for all grassroots level sport codes.
Yeah, most definitely. And then just a little bit of a spin out yet again from Esbach, and partner Travis Nell that is just taking the race now away from Esbach. And with only 2 laps to go, CJ, I think I'm going to let you go, because it is time for you to go and check out the pits and see what interesting is brewing there. So thank you, CJ, for that information. The sport obviously growing brilliantly and beautifully, as we spoken about it, as 1 lap is left between Travis Nell and Hubert Esbach, finishing up the Max Torino class, the first heat of the Max Torino class. And that was the 5th heat, or the 5th class racing here today in the first heat, with then obviously the next one being heat number 1 for the Kid Rock class. And there we're going to see four riders with the checkered flag coming out for the 2 drivers in the Max Torino class. That is Travis Nell in first and Hubert Esbach coming in a good 2nd place. Then the red flag's coming out, which means that the track is closed, and we are on a safety now as the vehicles just leave the track. Well done, young man, as we go around into the last corner, going into the pits for the first heat, successfully completed in the Max Torino class. There we see beautiful shot as they're coming into the pits, and high fives all around from some of the pit crew there. So well done for these youngsters. They're as young as 5 years old, starting on 5 years old and going up. And I mean, they are just racing as professionals there. So as we wait the official, there we come in and just check out the high fives there. Yes, man, well done. We all root for you and wait for the 2nd heat of the Max Torino. Beautiful shot going into the pits. Is Hubert Esbach. Then just looking whether we can get the official results here. And as we see there, Travis Nell, yes, and then Hubert Esbach in 2nd position. Then the next class, as we said, we are looking forward to the Kid Rock class, as the 4 vehicles took to the track. We are looking at number 5, Mila Botha. Obviously, we said that she came up from the Bambino class, and she was 4th overall in that class last year. Now going over to the Kid Rock class. Card number 15, Herman Shaw, which is a new racer. Then 16, Christopher Kodelka and Petrus Deploy. These are the 4 races coming around the northwestern end of the track into the sweep, going around the 180 into the start finish straight and looking for the green flag to fall to take on the race, or kick off the race rather, in the Kit Rock class. Cart number 16 there on the inside. Looks like Christopher Kodelka, which has had a beautiful start there. Couldn't make out that second position like cart number 16, Christopher or Herman Shaw. But we'll be looking at them as they come around the 90 into the start-finish straight. Cart number 16, cart number 15, cart number 5. Going past there, very close, in close formation. Cart number 15 down front, Herman Shaw. Cart number 16, Christopher Kodelka, and then Mila Botha in third position. It looks like cart number 5. A little bit of daylight being put between the first racer, cart number 15, Herman Shaw and Christopher Kodelka and Mila Botha. Cart number 36 bringing up the rear, Petrus de Plooy. Going around the hairpin, positions still unchanged. Cart number 15 in front, Herman Shaw. Cart number 16 now pulling up to Christopher, and what's going to happen here? No, it's cart number 15 taking a wide berth, cutting inside and cutting off Christopher Kodelka in the western end or southern end of the track. Then going around the hairpin, still unchanged, is Herman Shaw, Christopher Kodelka and Mila Botha. But Christopher is definitely challenging the dominance here of Herman at this stage, coming on the inside. But beautiful racing lines there by Herman Shaw, going wide and cutting inside, carrying the speed out of the turn, going around the hairpin. Mila Botha still in third position, not letting the boys go, fighting every inch of the track. Inside, outside, what's going to be outside, and then cutting inside, and the racing is so tight between Herman and Christopher. But I reckon if Christopher can carry a little bit of speed, more speed out of the western end of the track, he might just cut on the inside of Herman on the southern end. So let's have a look. No, this time around, coming out a little bit slower. It is Herman that is opening up a slight gap, but I think that Christopher is most probably going to fight back to get on his back wheel if and when they come to the western end of the track. Going around the hairpin, beautiful coming in the inside. What's going to happen there? And it is Christopher, cart number 16, looks like he's taking the position away from Herman. Beautiful maneuver there, going on the inside, cutting on the inside, right from the coming out of the hairpin. And now cart number 16, Christopher Kodelka, is taking the lead from Herman Shaw and Mila Botha. Is he going to keep this up, or is it Herman Shaw that is going to try and come back from that one? But now it is Mila Botha that is closed up on Herman Shaw. Let's see. Cart number 16, Christopher Kodelka. Cart number 15, Herman Shaw. Cart number 5, Mila Botha. As they go around the southern end of the track, coming into the hairpin. And beautiful racing at this stage by Christopher Kodelka, keeping that first place position. Then Herman Shaw gaining slightly on them again, but it's Mila Botha now that is really on the back wheel of Herman Shaw, and she's been fighting back this whole time to see whether she can maybe cut inside Shaw. At this stage, we still see Christopher Kadelka coming into the hairpin yet again. It is 16-15 and cart number 5, Mila Botha, going into the swoop. And now it is Mila Botha that has fallen back slightly, going around the 180, coming into the home straight yet again with the checkered flag going to Christopher. Herman Shaw in second and Mila Botha into a third position. Beautiful racing with the Kid Rock class here today. This is the 6th race of the day, the first heat of the Kid Rock class, and it was really good to see these guys so tightly packed as they go into the pit lane. And there's one racer still outstanding at this stage, it looks like, or I think he most probably went into the pits earlier, which was Petrus de Plooi. And well done. There we go, Petrus de Plooi, and then number 1, number 2, cart number 16, Christopher Kudelka, position number 1. There we see Herman Shaw with cart number 15 in second position. And then obviously cart number 5 will be then right behind Shaw, as on the third podium position will be Mila Botha. There we see the official results of the Road Tax National Karting Championship Leg 1 here in Swakopmund, from a beautiful Swakopmund. The weather is just absolutely stunning with position number 1, cart number 16, Christopher Kudelka. Then we have Herman Shaw, position number 2, cart number 15. In third, cart number 5, Mila Botha, and Petrus de Plooi, cart number 36, in position number 4. Well done to them all, and I reckon CJ is ready for us. Yeah, there we go. CJ is ready for us there in the pits. So we're crossing over to you, CJ. Tell us a little bit more.
Another beautiful race of talent displayed there by the youngsters, especially in this new class, of course, the Mini Max or Mini Rock class. Now, we do have Elmo Kayamo with us, who's, of course, the father of the twins, Nande and Mandume. Elmo, just talk to us about how excited you are about the twins and them being in a new class this year.
I think as a father, I'm very much happy. I'm actually excited. I think they've taken on the new class very well. As you can see, they got the new karts about 3 weeks ago, and we have been practicing the past 2 weekends. Coming to Swakop every weekend, we did about 600 laps just of practice. So you can see they've now settled into the karts, and I'm extremely happy that the progress is very good.
Now, Joop and I, the commentator, have been talking about just the cost that goes into this. Now, you're talking about new karts, tires, kit. You're talking about coming to Swakop every weekend. Just give us a borderline of how financially, how tough it is to do motorsports, but how much you get out of it is also one of the factors.
I don't think I want to talk about cost. I think the most important thing is the commitment. It's the time that you have to put into these sports. I mean, you can spend as much money that you want, but I mean, if you don't spend the time and the commitment that you have towards the kids, then it's not going to mean anything. So I think for us, we're really happy that as parents, we're supporting the kids, we're putting in time to allow them to practice every weekend. And I think so far, and you can see the progress. I think with the first heat, they've done extremely very well. Now we're looking forward, obviously, for the second heat.
Definitely looking forward for the second hit. Now, let's just talk about not having Mila with them. It's so weird for me. I can't get over. I don't know how to not get over it in terms of Mila and the Kayamos not racing together.
Yeah. No, of course, I feel the same. I think we all feel the same. And I mean, the boys also, they miss Mila. We wish that Mila was also part of our category. But yes, I mean, they're driving into a different category. But I guess there are also other competitors in their race. Like Milan and the rest in Milan. So I think they're all doing very well. And and I'm happy with the progress so far.
Best of luck and all the best for the boys today.
Thank you so much, CJ.
There you go. Joop, it's over to you.
Hey, CJ, thank you so much. Yes, we are looking at, now this is going to be an interesting one. We are looking at the DD2 and DD2 Masters. And then one of my old favorites there, obviously, Quinton Liebenberg, kart number 88. So let's see what he can do. Flying start, and the race is on. Just quickly as we start the race, kart number 88, Quinton van there we go, Quinton Liebenberg already spinning out. I think he's got quite a little bit of an advantage, it looks like, over the rest. But we're going to just run through the names first as we look at the cards going at it. 72, Justice Bekel, Ivan Foster, 27, 33, Ezekiel Dos Santos, then 87, Mark Villinger, then Quinton Liebenberg, and Zane Buthen is the newcomer here with Ezekiel Dos Santos as well, kart number 33. So let's see whether we can pick up on the racing and who is going to going into the lead is Ivan Foster, it looks like, with tires screeching around that. Kart number 72 in second position, Justice Bekel.
Yes, now Joop, you can see that it's going to be a tight one, especially up front, first and second. Justus, of course, being the defending champion of the DD2 category, and Ivan at this point in time leading him. So it's going to be a difficult one, but you can see it's going to be a tight one. If Ivan can remain and keep his defensive driving on, it's going to be very difficult for Justus to get past this, because especially on this track, it's a very small, tight track. So no room for error, otherwise you're going to lose it.
All right, and then we see it looks like they're in third position. Unfortunately, can't see that number there. But it's 27 and 72, and they are fighting it out for the top honors at this stage with a lot of laps to go still, 17 laps. And obviously, these big boys are going to raise the adrenaline levels to such an extent that the first one to make the mistake is going to be the one to lose out on this race.
Definitely, the first one to make a mistake is going to be a costly one. However, we see them coming around this 180, maybe a time here or a chance here for Justus. Still very good defensive driving there by Ivan Foster to keep Justus at bay.
Beautiful.
A bit of bumping on that turn. Clearly Justus is about to get frustrated with Ivan's driving in front, but that's exactly what Ivan has to do to maintain and keep that first position, annoy the driver at the back.
Yeah, that's exactly the point, and if you annoy him to the point that he makes the mistake, then you're going to take the lead. But kart number 72 carrying a lot of speed out of that 180 on the western side of the track, but coming into the turns, it looks like that Justice Bekel has that little bit more experience or a little bit more grip or torque in the motor. So we'll just have to watch and see what the outcome is going to be.
I spoke to him early on, and he said it himself. He can't be called a newbie or the underdog anymore, for seeing that he took his first championship on his first year in the category. So they're definitely gunning for first position. So I think if he can't get this one in pole position now, he'll definitely be trying to get the best, fastest lap time to be in that pole position for the next heat. As they come around the corner once again, Ivan just maintaining that lead just slightly and keeping that annoyance.
Going into third position still looks like Mark Villinger with 88. Quinton Liebenberg, I think, now basically being lapped by some of the races, or is he coming through as one of the contenders?
Yeah, at this point in time, Foster in front, Bekel in second, Villinger in third, and Dos Santos in fourth position, with Liebenberg in fifth, and then Buthen in sixth.
Bringing up the rear.
So there's definitely only 4 riders in this competition that's in the DD2 category. That is Justus, Ivan,
Ezekiel.
And then
Zane Buton.
Zane. And then Mark and Quinton battling it out in the Masters category.
That's correct. So we still see 27 and 72, Justice Bucher and Ivan Foster fighting it out in front. And as they now coming up to some of the back markers, and that once again might just play into the hands of Justice Bucher.
It could possibly, if they get somebody in between them or somebody just to slow down Ivan in the front and he loses concentration for a split second, that position can change so quickly.
But really carrying good speed out of that western corner around that 180, just opening up that little gap between himself and Justice every time that they come out of that corner. But Justice fighting back from there, every corner, every other corner, he's just closing down till they get to the straight again. So he needs to look at his strategy and see where he's going to reel him in and just take that inside gap and take him out of the equation.
Yeah, so definitely
Look at that once again.
Very, very tight there. And it looks like Justus is trying to make a move on the outside. And Ivan gets it back and protects it. And that is what we were talking about. If there gets a caught in between, it can cost somebody something. As it remains Foster in front and Buchel in second. You can see, there we go. He's trying an attempt at another move there. Unfortunately, unsuccessful. But you can see that Justus is frustrated and he's not happy with being in second position at this point in time.
No, definitely not. And as we see, he's definitely testing him and he's checking out the certain points in the on the track where he's going to make his move or try to make his move. But the point is that he needs to be on the back wheel as he comes in on that swoop very, very quickly. But he's just not carrying enough speed or not being close enough for him to truly execute that move. Going into the 180 again.
Good defensive driving still from Ivan. It's amazing to see these two go at it. I can be watching them all day long. I'm sure there's many hours that went into practicing for this race, and to see these two battling it out is a classy act.
Yeah, it's really amazing, and I mean they just run away from the rest of the track with Mark Willinger in third position now, around about 100 odd meters behind in third position. So really spectacular racing with 5 laps to go. So a move is on the cards from card number 72. Are we going to see it?
I really hope so. It will keep things interesting. However, to see Foster maybe walking away with the first win for the season will be also a confidence booster for him. As I said, Justus came in last year and basically snatched it from Foster and slum it. And I think, like I said, great confidence booster to take the first heat and just stay perhaps in pole position for that second heat.
And I must say, on the positive side for Ivan Foster, he's really held up his nerves. I mean, he's just taken the punches and taken the sting out of Justice Bucher every time that he tried to make the move. He's racing. He's a very confident racer at this stage, and it looks good. If he can keep this up for the next 2 laps, there is just no way Justice is going to hurt him at all.
You are so correct, Joop. In terms of just looking around and seeing them coming around those corners, just the defensive driving itself from Ivan, it's like every time he Justus think he can put his nose through, Ivan just blocks him a bit and comes into his way. And we're on to the final lap. It's now or never for Justus, and I think he knows that as well.
And he's on his back wheel.
Once again trying to attempt to get past there, yet not successful. Just 3-4 turns left before the checkered flag will be out.
This is now really tight. If he can come out of that corner, on the western corner, very tightly on his back wheel, he might be able to make a move.
And there
But
you've got it, Foster
not
walking
to be.
away.
Not to be.
For Justus
Beautiful
today.
racing.
Beautiful racing. I've got goosebumps. I think you guys should take me to the nearest KFC. Very good quality chicken meat.
Right, and there we see then Ivan Foster taking that first position very, very confidently. It was a bumper-to-bumper race. Justice Buechler in second position, with it looks like Mark Villinger coming in a third position. Then the two masters, it was Mark Villinger obviously and Quentin Liebenberg. And in the DD2 class, I think it was Ezekiel dos Santos. That is also one of the newbies that came into in third position in the DD2 masters. Then obviously Mark Villinger and Quentin Liebenberg bringing up the rear, having the second position there. Right, and there as we see the old toppies basically coming into the pits. Hey, high fives all around. Well done, guys. Beautiful racing there by Ivan Foster and Justice Buechler in the DD2 class. Mark Villinger third overall, but obviously first in his class. So let's have a look at the official results coming up. There we see cart number 27, which we said Ivan Foster, beautiful racing there. Justice Buechler, just as well done, I must say. Cart number 87 in third place, Mark Villinger. Then cart number 33, Ezekiel dos Santos, is then in fourth position, beg your pardon. In fifth position is cart number 55, Zane Buthen, and then Quentin Liebenberg. As we look at the next class lining up, it's three races there. Mini Rock, it is Kirsten Kadelka, the girl there. Then we've got a entry from Mila Botha, which are racing in two classes at this stage. And then obviously we have Sissel Quirts, cart number 44. 7, 8. This is the 8th race for today, and it is called the Mini Rock. And once again, that just means that it is junior races, but they are racing a different brand or manufacturer engine. We have three racers here taking place. Cart number 24, Kirsten Kodelka. Cart number 29 is Mila Botha, and then Sissel Koorts in cart number 44. Mila Botha, obviously, as we said, racing in two divisions here today, and that is obviously also to help out a little bit for these people, or for these youngsters, to score championship points, because they have to be 3 racers per race. And so the race is on, and at this stage it is Mila Botha in third position. There, it's a spun out, unfortunately. Here we see cart number 24, Kirsten Kadelka, spun out on the first, just from the start on the first corner, and unfortunately I don't think she's going to restart or be able to catch up to the next or the last 2 races, with Sissel Koorts taking a commanding lead at this stage already in this Mini Rock class, with Mila Botha in second position. Here we see car number 44, Sissel Koorts. We know that they've been putting in a lot of time into racing as well, and they have been overseas to go and do a little bit of practicing on that side, and all for experience, obviously, and it shows. He's doing pretty well at this stage, with a huge gap already opening up between him and Mila Botha. Unfortunately, car number 24, Kirsten Kadelka, is off the track. It's spun off the track, and I don't know whether she's going to restart just to finish the race. Cart number 29 coming through here is Milabota, with cart number 44 going around the hairpin. The one on the screen, on your screens right now, Sissel Quirts, the little youngster that I think is still going to make a huge impact in the sport. A lot of effort and time being put in from his family side and him on the track. Right, and there we see the race leader, which is Sissel Quirts. Going on the far side, around the swoop into the 180. Coming into the home straight, just opening that lead up, now half a track between him and Milabota. Flying around the hairpin. 14 laps to go. Sissel Quirts now yet again coming into the home straight, ticking down the laps one by one. Milabota now going into the 180, getting out of it with some speed, carrying some speed into the home straight. Green condition on the track. The unfortunate spun out by Kirsten Kudelka, cart number 24, sorry. Getting the cart back on the track is Kirsten Kudelka. They're just off the track. There we see her coming through in the hairpin. So obviously she's just going to go for the third position to get the points on the board, which is good sportsmanship. Just don't just give up and let it go. Come to fight another day. Get the points. Third position in a championship is nothing to you know, just throw away. So, but the man of the hour, Sissel Quirts, in front, cart number 44. Just putting daylight between him and the second rider or driver, which is Milabota, cart number 22, coming through the start-finish line with Sissel Quirts now a mere 50 meters behind her, and fighting to now, obviously he's got her in his sights. Then the little 24 car of Kirsten Kudelka, well done, back on the track in third position, and still half the race left. She just wants to finish now and get the points on the board. Sissel Quirts still just closing down that gap on Milabota. And that gap is unfortunately not for a first place. He's already in first place. That gap is to lap her already halfway through the race, and it just goes to show the amount of speed that this youngster is generating from that rock. So here on the back end of Milabota, just defending that position there from Quirts. Now she's really trying to defend that overtaking and doing pretty well. But it's Quirts is going to go on the inside. Beautiful move there, maneuver by him. Just overtaking Milabota and extending his lead by a lap. Still in third position, off camera at this stage, Kirsten Kudelka. Well done to her there. We see Sissel Quirts coming through to make it 7 laps remaining, with Milabota now trying to just stay with him, obviously trying to gain that little bit of experience as well. And well done to her for doing 2 classes today. It takes a bit of a man on a horse, you know, to do that kind of thing. So well done to her. Mila racing in 2 separate categories here today. Sissel Quirts coming through the start-finish line with her 6 laps to go. Mila Botha still a couple of meters back, 20-30 meters back from Koorts, but obviously having or being 1 lap down. Then cart number 24, Kirsten Kudelka. There we go. In 3rd position. Sissel Koorts yet again coming into the start-finish straight, and he's just hammering that little vehicle and just extending his lead more and more with every lap that he does. Unfortunately, it looks like Mila Botha had to retire from the race, but we still see Kirsten Kudelka now going into 2nd position. From a spun out to 2nd position, not bad at all. It's a good day's work, good day at the office for Kirsten Kudelka, coming back, sticking to the race, and she just might palm in that 2nd position. Then we see here number 44, Sissel Koorts, with 3 laps to go. He's got the podium sight, or the podium in his sights, 1st position on that podium, with Kirsten Kudelka coming into the straight, home straight, and it is Sissel Koorts coming around the 180 there, coming into the home straight, making it 2 laps to go, and closing on to Kirsten Kudelka as we speak, going around the hairpin, just a lot of confidence and not letting down the speed or letting up on the accelerator. I mean, he's got the podium in his sights, and he's still not letting up. He's just racing as if it's the last thing he's going to do today. So that's well done, you know, keeping up that pace and the motivation throughout the race, although there's nobody chasing him. Well done to him. Cart number 44, Sissel Koorts, now coming in for the last lap. As we see Transnama still running. Yeah, it's looking good. Last lap was going to Sissel Koorts, cart number 44, taking the mini rock class in beautiful style. Unfortunately, a spin out by Kirsten Kudelka early in the race, and she never had a chance to come back from there. Mila Botha being or having been raced or having racing in 2 classes at this stage, and maybe a little bit of fatigue coming in there, and she had to retire just over halfway through the race. But Sissel Koorts taking this one in stride, and well done by him. We see Kirsten Kudelka there just finishing up, and with finishing this race, she will take the 2nd place and go onto the podium with that. So well done to her for coming back and sticking to the race and doing what she does as a newbie. Keep up the good work. And there we see the man of the hour in the mini rock category. That was Sissel Koorts. There we see Kirsten Kudelka coming in. Right, guys, and then as we say goodbye for a couple of seconds from the Swakopmund racetrack here, and we are at the Rotax National Karting Championship. That is the first leg with 43 races competing and fighting it out for top positions here. In the meantime, we're going to go for a commercial break till on the other side of it. Talk to you then.
No matter the time, there's a way to keep it cashless and pay with PayPulse instead. Start your day the cashless way. No electricity for your morning cup, no stress. Just grab your phone and PayPulse has got you back and brewing in seconds. Out of the house and need to fill up with no cash? No problem with PayPulse, because now you're paying cashless on the go. Then it's a quick visit for car wash and Kapana, and now you don't need anything more than your phone to pay. Or just sort out your TV subscription the cashless way and chill out on the couch at home. And whether you're paying for medicine, groceries, or just your municipal bills at the end of the month, why not make it more convenient with PayPulse instead? For every day and a million other reasons, isn't it time you went cashless and changed the way you pay? Download the PayPulse app or dial *140*6626# on your phone to get started. PayPulse. Change the way you pay. No matter the time, there's a way to keep it cash.
For cardless transactions, in a heartbeat, it's time to discover PayPulse. With PayPulse, you can use your phone to pay anyone in Namibia for anything at any time. Send money to friends, family, whoever you like, even if they don't have the PayPulse app. Top up your prepaid airtime and load up more electricity. Want to pay your bills without leaving the couch? PayPulse has got you covered. How about depositing or withdrawing cash, paying at the shops, or settling the bill at a restaurant? Yep, with PayPulse, you can do it all. Once you have the app, you can link any card from any bank and enjoy unbeatable security through every step of registration and payment. Fast, secure, and easy to use. It's the most convenient way to pay. To get your finger on the pulse, visit paypulse.na.
Welcome back from that short break. Now, if you're just joining us, you've missed loads of action as we have the National Karting Championship taking place right here at the Swakopmund Go-Karting track. Now, we've had heat number 1 done and dusted, 9 categories done and dusted, and I'm talking about spinouts, I'm talking about dust, I'm talking about sweat and tears and everything happening, and loads of big smiles as we are finally here and back in action for the 2023 season. Now I've got Joep Nel, our commentator, with me just to analyze that first heat and just talk about what exactly transpired. Now Joep, you had some expectations coming into this as our new commentator. Just talk to us about that and whether your expectations have been met so far.
CJ, yes, I must say, I've never spoken so much in my life before, I reckon. Anyway, I think what I expected more or less is what happened. You know, you get those once-off races in front that just takes off and take the lead and take the race by the horns and just keep it and run with it. And then you get the tussles, you know, a little bit further down, and then you get the tussles up front. And that was, I think, mainly what happened throughout today. Was that the first 2-3 positions were so closely put together that, you know, you couldn't say till the last lap which was the one that's going to come out trumps with every race that we've seen, basically. Unfortunately, you said there's a lot of new riders or drivers, rather should I say, but we haven't seen a lot of mistakes making by these drivers, which is for me a very positive thing. I mean, we've seen with the last race, we've seen a little bit of a spin out, which was noteworthy and heartwarming, is that driver came back into the race and she finished basically in second position, which makes it, you know, just that much more worth it, because she had the heart and the sportsmanship to come back and finish the race. So I think what I expected was more or less what was happening, and we see a lot of close races in front of every single heat, and it's amazing. It's just, I love it.
Buerta not being there, but Nico Buerta and his experience coming through there. Just talk to us about your thoughts behind the Bambinos and the class type of racing you've seen.
You're right, with the Bambinos specifically, it was more of a tight-knit racing that as from some of the other classes. So yeah, I'm not going to remember all the names yet. I mean, you can't expect me to do that, but it was just beautiful racing from the front, and they were at most of the stages, they were so close from 1 to 5. It was only in the latter part of that specific race that they started separating slightly more, and where the first place took a little bit of daylight between him and second and third, and then fourth and fifth. But it was so tightly knit for the first half of the race that it was most probably for me one of the most exciting races of the day.
And then talking about the Kayama brothers, they are in a completely different class of their own this time, and settling in very nicely with their new kart. So we had their father Elmo just talking to us earlier on about how they're settling in. Just your thoughts on their type of racing. I mean, you're seeing them for the first time. As a newcomer, how would you expect them driving like that, coming new into a class as well?
Totally not. I mean, these two brothers, I don't know even who's the oldest and who's the youngest, but they just made the race. I mean, they were so tightly matched, and you can see that some of the turns that the one brother was just taking that a little bit out of the other one, but with the max or the speeds coming out of the western turn, going into the straights, that the one was just a little bit faster. So they played each other so well off, you know, the tactical racing from the one on the corners and the other one on the straights. So it was beautiful racing from them, and I think it's going to be some time for you know, other races to catch up. But they put a lot of, and it's such a nice thing to see the family putting time and effort into the sport, because that is what's making them successful, and it's beautiful. And obviously you're gonna just quickly speak to the whole family here. So CJ, take it away.
Yes, we do of course have the twins here. Give me 5, boys. Well done. So we've got Nande and Mandume. You see, I've been salted in this thing. I know the difference between the brothers by now. Nande, talk to us about you taking that first heat, and in your new kart. How does it feel?
Good. Feels fun.
Feels fun?
Yeah.
Are you still a Hamilton fan? Do you still want to drive like him one day?
Yes.
Okay. How do you feel about your brother almost giving you a tough time in that first heat?
I'm okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
Mandume, are you going to come back stronger in the second heat? Talk to us.
Yes, I will.
How do you feel about your new kart?
It's fun and it's fast on the turns.
What do you guys think about your new class that you're finding yourselves in?
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Not
for
tough.
me. No.
Not tough. And you, Mandume?
A bit tough
A bit tough, but it seemed like you were handling everything
on the corners. It's a bit tough.
on the corners. But you like your new kart, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you have loads of fun, champs, and we'll catch up with you guys later again. Hey. Now there you have it, the two twins, amazing boys, of course. And let's just talk about another race that absolutely gave me goosebumps, the DT2 category. A nail-biting action there from Justus and Foster. What beautiful racing that was.
That was just amazing racing, and you know what? The tables could have turned any time, but he kept his head so well throughout. And you could see from early on there was bumping from behind, you know, irritating the leader, and just to make that little mistake. And he never did. He just went on and kept it cool. He never once even, you know, attempted to look back to see what's happening or whatever. So he was so focused on what he did throughout the whole race that he just kept in front, and it kept that edge, and it was brilliant racing. And then obviously I think it's card number 87, which is a master that came in third. Well, good racing as well from his side. So yeah.
Now, talking about good racing, we do, of course, have the likes of Ivan Foster. That was the winner of that first heat in the DT2 category. Ivan, let's just talk about how you feel in terms of that first heat, a nail-biting race, but good defensive driving from you.
Yeah, it was a great fight from the start. I managed to keep it all the way. It's not easy to overtake here. So if you can defend here, you're good as gone. But yeah, you always need to look over your shoulder.
Definitely, I saw you a few times, especially in the hairpin. If you guys came around there, just to see where the way Justus was at. But just talk about how much of a booster in confidence is this going into not just today but the rest of the season.
It's always a confidence booster when you finish first or ahead of someone you want to finish ahead of. But yeah, I mean, you have to wait and see what happens. There's a lot that can happen throughout the season. The first race doesn't determine what happens at the end. There's a lot that still can unfold.
And what can we expect exactly from you in the second heat?
Well, I'm going to give it all. I'm not going to back down. Starting again on pole for the second heat. So if I can repeat what I've done in the first heat, then it's all good.
All good. Now there you've got it, Ivan Forster. That was, of course, the DT2 Heat 1 champion for today. Now we also have, we spoke about Mark Villinger. That was, of course, third overall within that category, but first in the Masters category. Now, Mark, talk to us about just Heat number 1 and your experience surrounded. And it's 2023 season. We're excited. We're back. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling actually well. I think where we stopped and where we're starting again, we can just go better from there.
And you taking that first one, of course, also having a new driver alongside you. How does that feel?
I'm very happy. It's not nice always being alone in the class, but to have new people coming by is always nice.
And let's just talk about, I know you were within the race, but I'm sure that you saw the action between Ivan and Justus and just how they were battling it out. Just maybe from your point of view, actually sitting within the race, how did that feel?
No, it feels very nice. It gives you a nice feeling and the adrenaline starts pumping much better.
So what can we expect from you for not just the next few heats, but the rest of the season?
I hope we can keep it up and see what happens.
Awesome stuff. Hope we can keep it up and see what happens. That is a champion, and that sounds like confidence from Mark's side. And now we do have Joop still here, just to continue chatting about all the races. Now, we've seen 2 new categories being introduced as well. Just talk to us about your thoughts behind that and 43 riders. Can we just talk about that as well? A record number.
Yeah, well, as I said, this is now the first time that I've been involved in this, unfortunately. But yeah, to see any motorsport with that kind of numbers is amazing. I mean, I remember back in the day when the MX track had like 40, 50 riders on it, and that was huge. But I never seen any other motorsport discipline having this kind of numbers as we see here at on the track here today. So it's just beautiful. With the rock kit class and the other one, Mini, for me it's a bit maybe early to make a call on that. Yeah, let's call it make a call on it, because you would like to maybe see that there's more integration between the but I don't know what the well, everything behind the whole decision was to do what they did with the 2 classes basically separately at this stage. But as you said earlier, it's good to see new manufacturers coming into the sport, and then obviously maybe at a later stage it will be integrated and you will get that kind of manufacturer angle as well, which will just make it that much more sweet, I think, for the sport itself. So yeah, I think that's my little 5 cents on that.
There you've got it. Joop just giving his 5 cents on that. Now we've got 2 other riders here, of course, Zane and Ezekiel, and both of them being DT2 riders. So I'm literally sandwiched by DT2 riders at this point in time. Now, Ezekiel, just talk to us. You're fairly new to the category. How are you feeling against these blokes? I mean, he's got a bit of it since last year, but you bring brand new.
Yeah, to be honest, they're quite quick, a lot faster than I expected, and I haven't really practiced as much as I hoped, but my expectations were exceeded. I did much better than I expected, so yeah, I'm quite happy just, learning from them. They're quite experienced, especially Justus and Ivan, so I'm just learning and taking it one step at a time.
There we go. One step at a time. Now, Zane, just talk to us about how you're feeling. This, of course, not being your first race, but starting from the beginning of the year. How does it feel to just be here again in the 2023 season and to be in a group like this?
Well, to be honest, it feels really good. I'm really happy to be here. And like I said, I'm really privileged to be here and to race with Ivan and Justus and also him. So, yeah, it's going good so far, I think.
So what can we expect from you in the second heat? You said you're learning a lot. Are you learning that fast that we can see you trying for podium in the next one?
Maybe that's a bit, yeah, but I think I made a few silly mistakes, but we're going to try and iron that out, and hopefully we'll do better. I'll try to keep up with the pack next time, and yeah, hopefully the next race will be a bit better.
And from your side, Zane, just what do you expect to do within the next race?
Well, I've been struggling with few corners, so I really hope I can get that right and get up to speed, work on my braking, and just go for the win, you know.
There we go. Now, before I let you guys go, was there the delay that we had this morning due to the wet track? Do you think that played some kind of role in terms of mentally preparing for the race, or did it break some of your energy and momentum, or yeah?
I wouldn't say so. I think that I would have preferred to have a longer practice session because obviously, like I said, I didn't get to practice much before this race. So I think I would have preferred that, but it was my first race. I'm pretty much here just to have fun and learn and, you know, go race for the experience. So for me, it didn't really matter. I think safety is the most important. So for me, it was okay.
And for you?
Well, I think practice would be good for us because like I want to scrub in my tires, and like I think it would have been fine in qualifying, so I could do faster laps. But life is life, so yeah. But I did actually good in qualifying, so yeah, yeah.
Two happy chappies here at the National Go-Karting Championship, and we've got Joop Nel again with us. Joop, just talk to us another class that I would like to talk about, Senior Max. How beautiful was that? The Reinicke, Martin Goos show off there. Reinicke coming from the junior class as the champion last year and really giving these guys a hard time last year. But coming down, and Martin was just like, nope, not today. I'm not gonna make it that easy for you.
Yeah, that was so close. I mean, I just thought he kind of had it in the bag, and but suddenly just it flipped and it changed, and he came back and he took that, and he held it up. It was a beautiful race from his side, from Martin's side. So now I want to put you slightly on the spot. Okay. And I want to ask you, with the next hit, which races do you think is going to have the biggest changes in the sense of that we're just going to see that, what we have been waiting for?
I think in terms of senior max category, I think Martin did show that they're able and capable of running down the likes of Reinicke. And then obviously, I don't think Justus is going to be very much happy that Ivan got that first hit in the DT2 category. I think he's going to make a break on it. And as we heard from Ezekiel and Zane, that they're really learning a lot from these two. So Justus has some stepping up to do because he's got people looking up to him. That's his same age, but I mean, that type of experience speaks to itself. So, and then I think Mandume, he's also going to come for his brother, that tough love, with them being twins or not. You can see that brotherly competition. It's healthy competition, and that's what we want to see. And yeah, so that's my thoughts behind it.
Yeah. No, I think definitely that's more or less the thoughts I had as well. And obviously there's a little bit more confidence that was obviously built throughout this first heat. They got it off. They got the season off. The first feeling of racing amongst, you know, the drivers. So I think that's going to play a bigger role in the second heat. Obviously, coming out with a little bit more confidence and taking on that guy that was in front of you and your obstacle throughout the first heat. So there just might be a couple of flip sides in heat 2 that I expect definitely. So let's wait and see.
Let's definitely wait and see. Now, as Joop said, a few flip sides that we're hoping for, and I think the riders or drivers are on their own are also hoping for some shifts in positions and poles to make it interesting, because we don't want the championship to just start running away with the first leg. We want to keep it interesting till the very last one. Now, we're going to a short break, and we'll be back later just with heat number 2 as we kick off heat number 2 with the Bambino class. Check you guys later.
seconds. Out of the house and need to fill up with no cash? No problem with PayPal, because now you're paying cashless on the go. Then it's a quick visit for car wash and Kapana, and now you don't need anything more than your phone to pay. Or just sort out your TV subscription the cashless way and chill out on the couch at home. And whether you're paying for medicine, groceries, or just your municipal bills at the end of the month, why not make it more convenient with PayPal instead? For every day and a million other reasons, isn't it time you went cashless and changed the way you pay? Download the PayPal app or dial *140*6626# on your phone to get started. PayPal, change the way you pay.
At a restaurant. Yep, with PayPal, you can do it all. Once you have the app, you can link any card from any bank and enjoy unbeatable security through every step of registration and payment. Fast, secure, and easy to use. It's the most convenient way to pay. To get your finger on the pulse, visit paypulse.na. For cardless transactions, in a heartbeat, it's time to discover PayPulse. With PayPulse, you can use your phone to pay anyone in Namibia for anything at any time. Send money to friends, family, whoever you like, even if they don't have the PayPulse app. Top up your prepaid airtime and load up more electricity. Want to pay your bills without leaving the couch? PayPulse has got you covered. How about depositing or withdrawing cash, paying at the shops, or settling the bill at a restaurant? Yep, with PayPulse, you can do it all. Once you have the app, you can link any card from any bank and enjoy unbeatable security through every step of registration and payment. Fast, secure, and easy to use. It's the most convenient way to pay. To get your finger on the pulse, visit paypulse.na.
Yes, we are back here in Swakopmund, where the Rotex Max National Karting Championship is taking place. Beautiful weather we've got here, and we've got 43 drivers taking on each other here at the racetrack here today in Swakopmund. We are back with the second heat of the Bambinos, and the winner of the first race was kart number 100, and that was Mika Botha. And let's have a look at what is going to happen, who's going to come through first. Then Gary Dos Santos, kart number 10. There we see kart number 100 going through, once again leading the race. Then the rest of the karts, Kart number 19, Nick Krieger is a newbie. Then kart number 60, Zian Nell is one of the new drivers as well. Then Russell Josephat, Ned Hammond. Miku Botha, as we said, is running in first at this stage. Elri Kutsia, kart number 333. Kart number 444, Reinel Kutsia. And kart number 464, Raku van Eden. As we see here coming through, Miku Botha, kart number 163 in position. And number 2, Russell Josephat. Miku Botha then just putting a little bit of daylight between him and kart, or the second kart here, kart number 63 is Russell Josephat, but he is being chased closely by what looks like kart number 444, Reinel Kutsia. So a big hunt there for Reinel Kutsia for the second position at this stage. We are more or less placed the same as in the first heat. During the first part of that first heat, Miku Botha now really opening up quite a bit of a lead between him, Russell Josephat and Reinel Kutsia. There you see the tussle between the first and second positions. No, it is not the first and second positions. It is Miku Botha that is already looking at lapping some of the back riders or back drivers. Going into the 180 there on the western side of the track, coming into the start finish. And there we see him trying to get past kart number 10, which is Cari dos Santos. And an easy drive for him there past it as soon as he went around that swoop. Coming into the hairpin. And just stretching that lead as he's counting down the laps, going into the 180 there, coming into the home straight with 4 laps to go for him. 63 and 444, they are still fighting it out. Russell Josephat and Reinel Kutsia. There we see the leader on our screen, Miku Botha, coming around the hairpin, going out on the western end of the track, just swooping the car around one of the back markers, coming into the home straight once again, and just nobody near him to make any contention. And there we see a change of position, number 2 and 3. It is now Reinel Kutsia that just went past number 63, Russell Josephat. There we see coming around the hairpin, a change in positions there. Now Miku Botha, card number 100. As you see here, coming down the straight, the home stretch, in position number 1. Then we have position number 2, car 444. There, Reinel Kutsia with car 63 is Russell Josephat in 3rd position. But there's just no catching this car on your screen. Car number 100, Miku Botha. Going around the western corner into the home stretch. 2 laps to go, 1 lap to go rather, with daylight between him and the second kart. Going around the northern end, going into the big swoop. You can just see the amount of speed that he's carrying through that hairpin. Kart number 244 still in second position. And there we go. Big swoop, then into the 180 turn, into the home stretch, and taking the checkered flag is none other than Miku Bota. In second position as we go towards the western side of the track. As they come in, card number 444 taking second. That is Reinal Kutsia with card number 63. Russell Josephat going into second. There we see a victorious fist from Miku Bota, just saying thank you for this race. Good race from me, or from him. As they go into the pits. Well done to the young man. He's making it 2 out of 2. And I think the positions are unchanged as from the first heat, which means that he will take maximum points away from both heats, with then Renal Kutsia, cart number 444, taking away second position this time around, and car number 63, Russell Josephat. And if I'm not mistaken, they have then changed positions in this one, which are putting them on equal footing, more or less, in the championship point race for today. Beautiful shot there by the drone, seeing the carts going into the pit lane, waiting to go into the service area. And then obviously, as from there, the next class that will come out will be the senior max class. And obviously here we're going to see a hell of a fight once again between Martin Goos, Alan Smith and Kobus Reyneke. These are the guys to look for. Martin Goos just snatching that one out from under Kobus Reyneke in the first heat. And obviously I think Reyneke is definitely going to go all out to go and take back that position, which is then obviously going to set up a third heat for a race and a half for today. So the senior max drivers for today, we have Andre Esbach, cart number 2, then Alan Smith, cart number 17. He was the senior champ, then cart number 20, Martin Goos, as we said, he took first position in heat number 1, with Kian Fusel, which is a newbie, in cart number 21. Then cart number 82, Zane Venter, 160, Kobus Reyneke, which was second in the first heat. Cart number 555, Max Roberts, and cart number 777, Chucky van Dijk, which took third position. So these are the guys to look for in the second heat of the senior max category here at the Swakopmund karting track. We are looking at a top shot there of the facility here that we have this racing today. That is the Rotax Max National Karting Championship, the first leg obviously of 2023. Then we've got a total of 43 races, digging it out today here to see who's going to be the cream of the crop in this first leg of the national series, and obviously then building points for the rest of the season. Obviously it's going to be a long season, as we mentioned. This is the first leg of it. There are 8 legs being contested throughout the year, and I think the last one is going to be there somewhere around November. So a long season for these guys to still work on what they want to achieve throughout the rest of the year. And we're going to cross over to CJ within the next couple of minutes. There we see a beautiful shot of Transnamib heading through the desert there to the coastal town, right. And this stage we're going to see from CJ what she can find out from the bits.
Yes, thank you, Joop. What a start that is to heat number 2. Miko Botha making it clear of his intentions in this category for the year. Of course, laying down the foundation for the rest of these legs, and him taking 2 for 2 at this point in time, and looking forward to the rest of the Heat 2 competition that's laying in front. Now, I did hear you going through some of that senior max lineup for the next heat, and geez, only time will tell whether Kobus Reyneke can take that one back from Martin Goos in the second heat. What an interesting race that was, of course. And then we've got loads of action still coming up after that. The Mandume or the Kayamo brothers will be in action once again, and clearly fan favorites here at the go-karting track. And let's talk about Kobus Reyneke. Kobus Reyneke last year came into that class also very dominant in the junior max class, riding along with the senior max class as a combined group, and even on that level he still managed to be overpowering the other teammates. However, Martin Goos just not having it this year and giving him a tough time, so only time will tell how that lineup will look like, or how it will end after this heat number 2. And some interesting fixtures or races left for us for today. Now, just going through once again that heat number 2 of the Bambino class. Miko Botha taking first in cart number 100. Reniel Kutsia, one of the ladies displaying their talent here today, in second. Russell in third, and Elri Kutsia, Reniel's sister, in fourth position. So still, we still have brothers, sisters, siblings all across these categories, and the two sisters, the Kutsia sisters, dominating still within the Bambino class. So very close fixtures here, and only time will tell how it's going to turn out or how it's going to end. Joop, back to you as we wait for the senior max to come out.
Thank you, CJ. Yes, yeah, we're so seriously looking forward to the senior max second heat. The competition is just going to be extreme yet again, and just for the people behind the scenes. I mean, we see these beautiful drone shots in the whole facility, just as you look on the screen there, as the senior max riders are coming out, the drivers in their carts getting themselves ready for the running start. The green flag, as you will see, the green flags are coming out, which makes it the race is basically going to be underway within the next 15-20 seconds as they're warming up the tires. A beautiful warm day here. The track should be nice and warm now at this stage, so I think the traction is going to be a bit better as well for these riders. As we have a look at the senior max drivers coming through, let's have a look who's going to take the initiative here. Card number 160, 20, 555. 160, Kobus Reyneke. Card number 20, Martin Goos. 555, Max Roberts. These are the riders or drivers that are at this stage taking the initiative and the lead in front.
No, yes, looking very good there in front. Of course, Kobus Reyneke, he will not be happy with how things turned out in that first heat. And one of the things that we've been talking about in our break was that he's going to try and make a comeback in this race. And clearly already trying to establish a bit of a gap there from the likes of Martin Goos. But Martin closing in very quickly. On this track, anything can happen, you.
Yes, and then we see card number 17, Alan Smith is only in the fifth position. Then card number 555, Max Roberts, had a brilliant start, and he's forced himself into third position at this stage, but still early in the race, so a lot can happen.
Yes, no, card 555 looking really good. I know he span out in the previous one as well. I had to work his way back, but that is the thing. They don't just look at positions, they look at your times as well, and that gives you pole positions or your positions in the starting lineup. And it seems that we're making a break there very quickly again. A battle between 4 and 5 at this point in time. The likes of Zane Venter and the likes of card number 17, Alan Smith.
Well, definitely Kobus Reyneke is definitely taking advantage of the situation that he's in at this stage, and he's just trying to consolidate or to secure that first position and keep the dogs at the back.
I think, Joop, that his father, Jacques, had a talk with him after that first race, because this is the type of racing we used to from Kobus. That dominant, distant racing, this is what we used to, and now you can see it's coming through. But Martin is not going to let down. We know earlier on in heat number 1, there was also that bit of gap, and Martin just fought his way back up until the point where he was neck and neck with Reyneke and even passing him at some point.
Yeah, right, and then we all, obviously, we are looking for Chucky at this stage, and it seems like Chucky is a little bit way back in the 4th, 5th position. As we look at them coming through, there goes Chucky. So it's 2, 4, 5, and there's a spin-off. Number 555, Max Roberts, unfortunately spinning out. That will give Chucky the 5th position at this stage, but he still have to fight his way back now behind, or from behind, to pass Alan Smith, and to try and get back in that 3rd position for him. But you can see the intensity of racing from Kobus Reyneke now. There's just no letting up, and he's just putting a little bit of daylight between him and Martin.
Definitely, his aggression, you can see the aggression driving coming through, very much more concentrated and focused around the turns, making good use of the straights that is available to him. And cart number 555, Max, still out of it, still trying to get back on track off your cameras. About 2 laps behind now at this point in time. And he's back on track, and he will be making his way, having to fight all the way back. We saw this happening earlier in heat number 1 as well, and he ended up starting 3rd. So I think he'll just be trying to make a fast comeback again, so he can place good in the 3rd heat.
And there we see the first 5 going through with Chucky, only number 5 at this stage. He would like to fight his way back to the 3rd position, but he's nowhere near the 4th even at this stage. Cart number 17, Alan Smith, running in 4th. Then is it cart number 82, Zane Venter in 3rd position, but quite far behind. So it looks like they're separating, but the fight now on the track at this stage is for the 3rd position.
Definitely, Joop, you can see the likes of Zane, and that is of course Alan battling it out there in court number 17 and 82. Definitely a tight one there. And Reyneke, let's talk about Reyneke. Just look, if you had to look at this wide shot, look at that wide shot. There's nobody close to Reyneke at this point in time. Look at that shot. Nobody's coming close. There only Martin comes into shot. So that's how far in front Kobus is at this point in time.
Yeah, he's opening up the gap ever so much as we speak. I mean, we are talking most probably now about around about a 25 to 30 meter gap, even more between him and second placed number 20 Martin Goos, with a huge battle between car number 82 Zane Venter and car number 17 Alan Smith. A beautiful battle there for 3rd position. There we go around the hairpin with them. But look at this. Going through the start-finish line. And there is just not catching him whatsoever. There we see the 2nd position only coming through the hairpin now. Going to the front yet again. There we see him coming around the 180 into the home straight. And now look at the timing at the back.
Kart number 17 has taken the lead there for third position. The battle between third and fourth. And you can see Alan coming through there, passing Zane Fenter on that lap. And what a beautiful move there from him. Of course, Alan now in third position.
Yes, and then just a little bit of a mistake there by Zane Fenter, it looks like. So, but there's just no catching the man in front, Kobus Reyneke, going through the start-finish yet again with 6 laps to go.
And he overlapped the likes of Van Dijk already. So between the likes of Kobus and Martin Gous, who's in second position, we've got the likes of Van Dijk, and he just overtook somebody else as well now.
It looks like Max Roberts that has been overtaken there as well, yet again. Roberts obviously, unfortunately, spun out, so he's just going to finish the race and gathering the points as much as he can. But it was number 2, Andre Esbach. That was overtaken very easily there by Kobus Reyneke.
It means that Martin Gous has a lot of work to do if he tries to catch up with Kobus in this point in time. He's got Chucky van Dijk and the likes of Andre that he has to pass before he can even think of getting close to Kobus at this point in time.
Yeah, and that just makes the job so much more difficult for him. But the man in front, I mean, there you see him on the screen. He is just absolutely flying through the track, going around at the eastern end of the track, coming around the hairpin with so much ease, and he doesn't let up. There's just no catching him, but he doesn't let up.
It doesn't. And we can see the likes of Alan pulling away now in third position from, that is of course Zane Fenter, who's in fourth position. It was a lot tighter race, but unfortunately Zane just slipped up somewhere and Alan took it to his advantage. And Kobus Reyneke, man, this guy's a beast. It looks like he's about to overtake his third, I almost want to say victim at this point in time, because this is absolutely brutal.
Yes, but you can just say victim as well, because the thing is, it's not that the other drivers are slow, but it's just in this heat, there is just no catching him. I don't know what happened. Look at that. Another one. And there's another one in his sights.
We see Zane Fenter getting out of his kart, just unable to continue. It seems like he's got his helmet off as well. And it just seems that he pulled off. I'm not sure. And there goes Kobus Reyneke. 2 of the people overtaken, and we've got a slide and a crash.
We've got a slide out.
We've got a spin out.
On the southern end of the track, we have a slide out as we are looking still at the leader, number 160, Kobus Reyneke, racing around the track. There we can see the 2 carts that are slid off yet again. Max Roberts for the second time, and cart number 21, which is Kian Fuzel, which is the new guy on the track. He unfortunately slid off yet again with the checkered flag coming out for cart number 160, Kobus Reyneke, going there on the northern end of the track. And he just basically made it even Stevens
between him and Martin Gous. So whoever takes heat number 3 for today has the bragging rights up until leg number 2.
What a setup for heat number 3. What a setup for heat number 3.
This is exactly why I love this sport code. Motorsport is just absolutely amazing in this country. This is why is action, action, and action. I was never bored during that race. It couldn't be.
Not 1 second. You know, even if he was that far ahead, there was still a lot going on, and you can feel the energy. You could have felt the energy of the race throughout the whole race, because he was so intense, and he just pulled away from his nearest rivals, and brilliant racing.
I am actually feeling very devastated for the likes of cart number 21, Kian. We spoke to him earlier on after heat number 1, and he unfortunately span out and just lost control, and that was absolutely sad to see, but it's sure that he'll come back for the third heat.
All right, thank you, CJ, for that for that take on the race. We are going to have a short break now, and we are going to cross over to Windhoek, and we'll see you on the other side of it.
Now, what a race that was. As I and you were alluding to, a close game. I was never bored within that race. There was action from the first position up until the very last one. I'm sure that Bradley will agree with me that that was a pretty good race, except for that last lap just causing a bit of a spin out there.
Yeah, well, of course, the last incident that happened, that took two competitors out of the race. But the Senior Max has as much as excitement as the DD2 class has. Extremely fast karts, very exhilarating to see them. But yeah, unfortunately for the two guys that spun out there on, I think, the second last lap, unfortunate for them. Racing incidents, you know, that happens.
Now talk to us about an incident like that. What do you guys look at? Was there somebody to blame, or was it just a natural cause of maybe taking the turn too sharply?
Okay. Well, the marshals on the pitch, on the track, are actually judges of fact. Now, a judge of fact is someone that can report an incident to the COC, which is me. If there's an incident that they think has merit for a penalty or to investigate, they will report that to me, and I will listen to the merits of the incident, and if need be, penalties will be awarded, and if not, it might just be a racing incident. So yeah.
There you have it, a bit of racing technical advice there. And now just talk to us about your thoughts of the first heat and, of course, some of the action you've seen from the second heat.
Well, from the Bambinos right through, it's really action-packed. It's actually my first karting event that I'm officiating. I've officiated from rallies to circuit racing to drags. This is the first karting event and I'm enjoying it fully. We are pushed for time. We are hoping that we can get heat 3 in. By the looks of things, we might only go up to heat 2, and then we'll have to speak to the competitors and see if they still have stamina to continue for the rest of the day. But I think heat 2 is going to bring a lot of excitement now. The track is cooling down, the temps are cooling down, so the karts are going to have much more performance.
Now talk to us about you saying that we only might have 2 heats. What does that mean in terms of just point scoring and such?
Well, ultimately, it's going to affect everyone. If you throw out the heat or the last heats for all classes, then it's going to affect everyone. So no one is going to have an advantage, no one is going to have a disadvantage. But the kids are here since this morning, 7 o'clock. I think that they must be our first thought when it comes to such a decision. Are we going to push it till later, till 7 o'clock tonight? That's a question that we must ask the competitors. We must ask their parents, we must speak to them and ask them that, is it really, should we move on? Should we go ahead? Should we finish all 3 heats? Unfortunately, those are things that we have to take into account. The official program ends at 5:30. That's when heat 3 stops. We still need to do scoring. We still need to put out the results and stuff like that, and those things take time as well. So once we get there, once we get to 5:30, we're going to see where we are. Once we finish all the heats of heat 2, we're going to see where we are, and then we're going to make a decision going from there.
Now taking out you being an official member of the Namibia Motorsports Federation, just talk to us about, as a fan, looking at the action and the class of talent that we've seen here, from the youngsters as young as 6, 5, all the way up till the masters. Talk to us about how good that is for the growth of not just karting in the country, but possibly future rally drivers and such.
Well, the federation actually had a karting development program which we started early last year, and the idea behind it was to grow future talent in motorsports. Now, as I mentioned earlier, karting is a grassroots program. And it's just amazing to see from as early as 5 years old how the kids build confidence. These are future rally drivers, these. And I take my son was in the karting program. He was never one for motorsports. He was a Call of Duty fan, we call it that. And once he came into the karting, yeah, esports. And he started the program, he bumped the tires, he bumped the cones. After the second session, he built so much confidence so far that he's going to start racing pretty soon. So this is what we like to see. I mean, you can do karting until you any age, but we've got 10 different motorsport codes in Namibia. And I think karting will actually, we will get more bloomers that goes on to circuit racing, that goes on to rallies, off-road racing and stuff like that. So I'm very excited to see what the future holds for karting in Namibia, for motorsports in general.
There you have it. Very much excited about what exactly lays ahead for motorsports in Namibia, not just for the youngsters, but as they grow through and perhaps take up another type of motorsport within the Motorsports Federation. Still, there's a lot of, there's MX, there is, of course, dragging, there's circuit racing, there's oval racing, the list continues, rally, all of these things. And who knows, one of these kids or future Verstappens or Hamiltons could possibly be in there, or Alan Martins, our local rally heroes one day. Now, Joep, it's back to you as we wait for the next heat to, of course, kick off.
Welcome back to Swakopmund Go-Kart, where we are looking at the Rotax Max National Karting Championship, leg number 1 for 2023. A total of 34 races taking to the track to take on one another. We have the second heat for the third category for today, the Minimax category, where we have a look at kart number 22, Heinrich Roos. He came first in the heat 1. Kart number 77, Mick Goldback. Then we have got kart number 101, Nicky Benker. Kart number 111, it is Jan Hendrik Kutsia. Kart number 414, Paul Oosthuizen, second in heat 1. And kart number 676, Jean Carl, that was placed third in the first heat of the Minimax, as they're rounding the 180 turn, coming into the home stretch for the start of the second heat. 20 laps to go, and let's see who's going to take the first turn there. Car number 22, Heinrich Roos, looks like he's been overtaken by 414, Paul Oosthuizen, if I have it correctly. Let's just see as they come into the hairpin. Looks like kart number 22, Heinrich Roos, has gone into the second position. So are we going to see yet another turnaround in heat 2 of the third race, the Minimax?
What a start there by kart 414, the Paul Oosthuizen. Beautiful, beautiful racing from him off the bat. Obviously starting in second position on pole, and most probably wasn't very happy with that, and he took matters into his own hands. And Heinrich, definitely not somebody to mess with. He's somebody to keep a close eye on as he tried to make some move there around the 180, and coming on the outside, but just too fast, Paul, just too fast on that straight, and that is exactly what we want. But these two establishing a proper lead already from the third and fourth and fifth, all the way to Nicky Benker in sixth position.
Yeah, well, he's definitely not going to take it lying down. It's Heinrich Roos in the second place at this stage. Kart number 22, then being led by kart number 414, Paul Oosthuizen in first position. Look at that racing down the straight. Paul Oosthuizen taking the inside lane. Heinrich Roos trying to go outside, inside. But just look at the the space between the two at this stage. He is looking to make a move around one of the corners, is Heinrich Roos.
Yes, no, definitely. I think that is the strongest part where he can try and make a move. But if you try to make a move on the straight, it's not that easy. When somebody has a nose in front of you, he goes. And the best place to make a move is around these turns. Not that you'll get it, because the track is so tight and small, no room for errors, and you must be really on it to get that inside lane or outside lane to try and make a move.
Well, at this stage, basically, it looks like one vehicle as they go around the corners. I mean, it's just, they are so tight as they come into the home straight again. Every time in the home straight, it is car number 414, Paul Oosthuizen, that just draws a little bit away from Heinrich Roos. But as soon as they go into the turns, Roos are falling right back onto his back wheel.
Yes, no, and off your screens, the competition is heating up between 3, 4, and 5 as they literally bumper to bumper, as we've got the likes of John Carl and then Jan-Hendrik Kutsia and then Mika Goldback, all battling for that third position at this point in time. But at this point in time, Jean Carl just keeping them at bay and defending very well. We heard a bit of a bump there from the likes of Heinrich on Paul, and still trying to make a move around these turns.
Well, there's still a lot of racing to be done. 14 laps left for these two. Well, the rest of them as well. But obviously, they're going to struggle and fight it out throughout all 14 laps. This was quite a little bit of a move there by Heinrich Roos. Nearly got his nose into the inside lane on the straight. And if he could have done that, then he might have just gone into the southern end of the track first. And there we see a very beautiful move there.
Beautiful racing off your screens by the likes of Jan-Hendrik Kutsia, stealing that third position from the likes of Jean Carl. What a beautiful move there. So at this point in time, Jean Carl, Jan-Hendrik Kutsia, apologies, sitting in third position with Jean Carl hot on his heels.
Well, the man calling the shots at this stage is car number 414, Paul Oosthuizen, being followed by Heinrich Roos, which is not going to take it lying down.
And they're approaching the likes of Nikki Benker here, trying just to pass an overlapper. And this is what we've talked about. This is where mistakes can come in. If they bump there, you see a bit of bumping action going on. And there could be some penalties coming their way as well. And we see them going on the outside and making a move. Great move there. Still within it. And both through passes Nikki Benker safely. With Paul still being in first position.
Yeah, I think Jean Carl is a bit fortunate there that Heinrich didn't take in that turn the inside lane. He couldn't get his nose in there, but it was quite close. So, but still, the status quo remains. In the third position, we see a whole new couple of riders there fighting it out for place number 3.
Yes, of course, Jean Carl was in the majority of this race. He was in third position. However, earlier on, overtaken there by Jan-Hendrik. And now we see that even Mika Goldback overtook Jean Carl and is sitting in fourth position. And Jean just falling but behind into fifth position. And now the race is between the likes of Jan-Hendrik and Mika Goldback as they come around the first turn again. Jean keeping that one. And the race, it almost seems that Heinrich is falling a bit to the back.
It looks like, but as soon as they get into the turns there, we see he's not as close as he used to, or the previous couple of laps. He is a little bit further behind, especially in the turns where he needs to be as close as possible to the back bumper of Paul Oosthuizen. There, number 77, Mick Grobelaar, is fighting for that third position. But already the race leaders are coming in to lap
to lap
basically
fifth
the rest
position.
of the field.
Now this is where it's going to get interesting. You've got third,
Exactly.
fourth and fifth in front of you, and then first and second just behind them and trying to race. So if one of them don't make a move and they surpass fifth position there at this point in time. Oh, and we've got a
two
spin
spins.
out, and all of a sudden we've got a change in third position once again.
Totally.
John Cole back into third position. See, it's not always that bad for being fifth. Just look at how things could change there. Immediately a change of positions.
Right, the two cards back on the track. And the two leaders still at it, fighting it out till the bitter end. But just a little bit more speed coming into the home straight every time by Paul Westhuizen, and him keeping Heinrich Roos at bay. Because of that, Heinrich just did not or don't get close enough to make that move.
Jean Cole, unfortunately, after that spin out all the way to fifth position. Unfortunate there for him. But somebody that would be smiling at this point in time is Mika Go back. What a move, or what good fortune it was for him to miss that spin out there and fall right into the seats of pole position or podium position on third. As the race continues between the likes of Heinrich Roos and that is of course Paul Westhuizen.
Well, if you, that is exactly what racing is all about. You can't stop racing or lose your concentration 1 second or one split second into any race, because I mean it can change for you so quickly. You have to concentrate, keep on concentrating throughout the race.
Now earlier on we talked about Heinrich maybe just perhaps falling a bit behind, but we can see that he is back on the bumper of the likes of, that is Paul Westhuizen, and it's very close once again with 3 laps left to go at this point in time.
How quickly this heat once again or this race just once again flew past because of brilliant racing at the front of this pack, which is the Minimax racers, and brilliantly held at bay by Paul Westhuizen is Heinrich Roos, and there we see off camera, we see a huge battle for the third position yet again. But coming into the home straight, there we go, the two guys that are fighting it out with 1 lap to go for them is obviously Paul Westhuizen and Heinrich Roos. So let's see whether that move can be made in the latter part of this lap. Only a quarter lap left for these two. No, it looks like it is going to be Paul Westhuizen. If he doesn't make a mistake, or if some of the back markers doesn't hold him up. No mistakes there from Paul Westhuizen. Car number 414, Paul Westhuizen, and yet again we're into the third heat, and once again we see a flip around of the first 2 positions.
I don't want to brag. I don't want to brag, but I think I told you so. I think I told you that there's big trouble gonna come here, big trouble. And we can see the riders going off there as Nicky Benker still continues. And the likes of, that is Jean Hendrik Kutsia, as they continue to just finish their lap, their last lap one more time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not too sure about the third position. It looks like it's going to be Jean Cole. Again, he went into the third position.
He ended in 5th,
yes.
and then he made his way back.
He went to 7th, and then he came back to 3rd.
Yeah, something like that.
It was a bit of a messy race at the back, but once again, the concentration throughout the lap, you should keep it, you should hold it.
And what good fortune that was for him to just miss that slip up in the front, or between 2, 3 and 4. We can hear some of the parents just clapping hands. Beautiful racing on this track today. Just your thoughts, general thoughts. You being here for the first time, how are you feeling about this?
I'm just excited, you know. It feels like I'm racing myself. I'm there on the track with these youngsters, and it's just brave racing from these Okies. I mean, they started 5, 6, 7 years old. I mean, it's just
incredible how they handle these little vehicles. And I mean, I've been racing go-karts a couple of times, you know, socially, and the strain that these cars put on your forearms and your hands and your arms is just ridiculous. And how they can go for 20 laps at the pace that they are doing is just incredible. It is incredible.
It is absolutely incredible as we wait for the next race to take place.
Right, and then once again, as we look at the beautiful track here, just on the outskirts of Swakopmund, CJ will be going down to see whether we can get one of the people to talk to during this Minimax race. I mean, just yet again, extremely beautiful racing between Paul Oosthuizen and Heinrich Roos. The tables have turned obviously on Heinrich Roos, taking the first position, the first heat around, and then Paul Oosthuizen coming back from a second position and taking that first away from. So they're on equal footing now, going into the third heat, with then Jean Carl with a third place and a third place going or cementing his third position for the day, it looks like, if he is consistent in heat 3. Then we are going to cross over on a we're not going to cross over, unfortunately, to CJ anymore, as we see the next class pulling up to the starting line, and which is obviously going to be the Micro Max class. Unfortunately, only 4 drivers left in this class. We had 5 to start off with. Then number 81, there comes the rider number 5. That is 81. Relay Robbins, Mandume Kayamu, Nandi Kayamu. 215 will be Milan Fischer, and 222 is Milan Kutsia. Now, obviously, the 2 dudes to look for in this race is going to be Nande Kayamu and his brother Mandume Kayamu, which we've spoken to a little bit earlier today as well. Brilliant racing between the 2 brothers here. They obviously in positions pole number 1 and 2, which they will be defending fiercely. And I'm actually too scared to ask this. Are we gonna see another flip?
I think so. I think what's gonna happen, I just have to check who's in pole position, who's in first position. At this point in time, it's 92, so it's once again the likes of Nandi. And if he can just get an edge on his brother as they come around this corner into this rolling start, I think if Nandi pulls this one, Mandume pulls this one off to get ahead of his brother, then, and they're off. 91, Mandume 92. On the outside. And we actually see Mandume up into third position, coming around that corner. It looks like Milan Fischer that is in second position at this point in time, with Nande leading the affair at in this Micro Max class.
And there we see Mandume just fighting his way immediately back to second position. So he's now chasing brother Nande. He's going to try and take him down as soon as possible. Another spin out there with yellow flag conditions at this stage on the track. So watch out, be careful. That will give Mandume a chance to get closer to his brother, it looks like, but no slowing down whatsoever on this one.
No slowing down. But I think Mandume is well within reach to still try and make it. I mean, we've got 19 laps to go. It's still a lot of laps left in terms of racing. So I think Mandume, if he stays focused, concentrated, and very technical around the turns, I'm sure that he can make it back. And as you heard earlier on from their father Elmo, that they've been training the last 2 weekends in Swakop with their new cards, and over 600 laps have been going into them training with their new cards, and that is why they look like they look.
Are they even driving with their eyes open?
I think by now they know this track, each bump, each turn off there, like the back of their hand. I think
Most
they don't
definitely.
even have to study this track anymore. They just know how it works.
Well, green conditions. We see one of the riders unfortunately off. They're on the northern end of the track, northwestern end. But the two dudes here in front is the Kayamo brothers.
If you've never heard of them, you've got to start looking up. These guys are future motor stars. They really have a lot of potential to grow into something brilliant in the motorsport industry in this country. Now, we did talk about a kart that has been off the track. Unfortunately, young Riley, one of the new contestants this year, has spun out and off the track and has not come up again. So not sure. We'll keep a close eye on what's happening with him. It seems like the gap between Nanda and Mandume is slightly closing.
It is very slowly closing down, but I mean, it just shows you how evenly matched they are. I mean, they've been racing now with this 10-meter gap between them for the past 3-4 laps. So it just seems that there's no give and take. The one that is in front is going to stay in front.
Definitely, but I think Mandume is very much hungry. I think he's a great racer. If you look at how quickly he bounced back in terms of cutting down the distance between him and his brother, he's a brilliant young racer. Look at that distance, very much bumper to bumper almost.
Well, now suddenly that thing just slows, so it just goes to show Nande in front. They just most probably made a slight error around the corner, and that gap closed down by 5-6 meters immediately. So look at when they're going into the corners here now, how tight they're going to get out of it, and that is close.
And as a first driver in front, you feel that pressure. You feel like somebody's literally, it's like a predator chasing you down and you're the prey, and that is exactly what his brother is doing as they come down the straight. Look at that gap from where it was now. It's closing and closing and closing. What beautiful racing by these two, as we see the likes of Milan Fisher just short on their heels, not too far back, about 10 to 15 meters behind, still very much in the race.
This is so amazing. These guys are so bumper to bumper racing. It is just absolutely amazing. But as you said, it is not difficult, or it's not easy for that matter, if you're so closely matched to make a move on this track.
It's not, this track doesn't give you inches at all to make a mistake. We saw earlier with Jean-Carl in the previous heat category that he fell all the way from 3rd to 5th and then all the way back, and just look how close that is between those two. Just if Mandume can just hit an outside line or inside line with his brother and try to make a move, like here, it seems like he's getting all the more closer to his brother. That's some beautiful racing.
You just want to shout at him, just to cut in and take it.
Do it now. And we can see their father just standing on the sideline and very much invested, not just financially, obviously, as we spoke earlier on, but as he alluded to, that it doesn't matter how much finances you pump into this type of sport, motorsport, if you're not practicing and you're not training, you're not going to go anywhere. So you can have the best cards, the best tires, the best fuel, the best coach in the world. If you're not going to put time into it, you're not going to get the results. And you can clearly see that these boys have over 600 laps behind their little bodies in the last 2 weeks.
Brilliant, just brilliant racing. And suddenly, half of the race is gone already. Yet again, 8 laps left for these boys. And they just keep pushing. They're just pushing. I can't even find the words anymore.
I wanted to say, you guys have to absolutely, I wish you guys could witness what I'm witnessing. Joop Nel is out of words. He's slowly but surely going out of words, and just because of how talented and tight this race is.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the races off the day, but I mean, every single race is just had that little bit of a highlight every time, and the whole day is just a big surprise and a big positive for motorsport across the country. I just wish that a lot more motorsport involved people can see what is being done here today, and the level of professionalism. If you look at the track, if you look at the racing, if you look at everything, it is just brilliant.
And currently off your screens, we've got the likes of, that is Milan Fischer, that just span out by that last turn and has been overtaken by 222 Milan Kutsia at this point in time. So yellow flag out on the 180 turn as the twins pass him at this point in time. Unfortunately, there for Milan Fischer. And then poor Riley still sitting in the sand and waiting for the race to end to be escorted off off the track.
As they go around the hairpin there, you will see O'Reilly sitting there next to the sidelines, not participating anymore, spectating the brilliant racing that is going on the track here. Back on track is car number 215, Milan Fischer, but he will be dead last at this stage in 4th position with Riley Robbins then off the track. As you can see around the hairpin yet again, the two brothers coming, and it is Nande Kayamu that is hard at work there, trying to keep brother at bay.
In this sport, you can't get too comfortable. At no point in time you can be too comfortable. I mean, just a slip of focus or concentration there from Nande can cost him the spectacular lead that he's been holding for the last 20 laps.
It's just amazing. There's 3.5 laps left, and the racing just never lets up. There was one stage where Mandume fell behind slightly, but he fought his way back to Nande, and he stayed on his hind wheels throughout this 18 laps up to now. 1.5 laps to go still for these youngsters, and beautiful racing. And I wonder what's it like at home for these boys. They're twins, and they this competitive, you know.
Healthy competition. I think if I was ever fortunate enough to have twins, I would want it to be that way. It should be healthy competition, and them just bringing the best out of one another. And you can clearly see that, because with Mandume closing that gap so closely to his brother, it's pushing Nande to keep working hard to fend him off. I mean, it's all is fair in love and war, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. And as the white flag comes out for the last lap, half a lap, quarter of a lap left, they go around this thing so quickly. I mean, you can't keep up with him. Beautiful racing. Look at this. It's just amazing.
Jeez. Nande just throwing up his hand, or Mandume just throwing up his hand, and he knows his brother just edged on him just slightly there. But what a race that was, still up in the very end.
What an ending to it. What an ending to it. I mean, this is so close to Formula One.
Definitely, that was a Hamilton, Max Verstappen type of racing. Closely nail-biting action. Beautiful talent on display here at the Swakopmund Go-Karting track.
All right, that was then the Micro Max race. Heat number 2 coming to a close there with beautiful racing yet again there from the Kayamu brothers, Mandume and Nande. Then with them in 1 and 2, and then Milan Kutsia looks like taken the 3rd position. Unfortunately, Riley Robbins could not finish the race with cart number 215, Milan Fischer, that took the 3rd position in heat number 1. Unfortunately, have to settle. There he goes through the start-finish line with the rest of the cards going into the pits. He had to be content, Milan Fischer, with 4th position in heat number 2. There we see him just finishing out the last bits of the track before going into the pits, as we are getting ready for the Max Torinos division, with Travis Null and Hubert Esbach being the 2 races there. We're going to cross over to CJ in a couple of seconds, as we are getting their views, her views on the race and a couple of races, couple of events that just took place previously to this. CJ, over to you.
What beautiful racing once again there from the Kayamo brothers. Nail-biting action from the word go, as expected from them, of course. Let's just talk again about, I know Yup and I alluded to it so many times now, but just the way that Mandume made that gap between him and his brother so much closer. Literally nail-biting action till the very end. And that's exactly what we expect from these youngsters. I mean, last year, just seeing them in the Bambino class, fighting it out with Mila Botha and Nico Botha, it's been absolutely amazing. So that's exactly what we expect from these boys. And then the likes of Milan Fischer as well, just losing out slightly there with the last turn before the straight, and at some point just slipping and spinning off. And that's unfortunately the name of the game when it comes to racing. Now up next, we've got the Max Torino class, and of course just 2 riders on there, and that's of course Hubert Esbach and Travis Nel. Now Travis, obviously the one with the bragging rights at this point in time, as he took the previous heat. So it's only going to tell that if Hubert can make his way back and fight for this one. I mean, we saw a heartfelt moment last year as well between Nicky Benke and Hubert Esbach. So what a beautiful day it is just to celebrate racing and to celebrate these kids. And it's sure going to be interesting to see what those two have to do and what to say. In the slight distance, we can see Riley. His cart is about to get fetched and just helped off the tracks. Unfortunately, early on in the race, spinning out and couldn't complete the race. But that's, as we said, the name of the game. And we'll be going over to Yup as we just wait for the next race to start, and perhaps even maybe find an interview or two just to tell you what's been happening here if you're only crossing over now.
Yes, we are back here, and Transnamib is still at it as they go in the distance there back to Swakopmund. Beautiful, and there we see the track from the top. We're going to look at the next race that will be taking place here just quickly. That is the Max Torino, seems like. That is the one where there's only two youngsters taking part in this. That is cart number 9, Hubert Esbach. They will be making their way shortly to the start finish. And then obviously cart number 237, Travis Null. Travis Null, that in the first heat took this one in stride, and Hubert Esbach coming into a second position. All right, and then we are going to quickly do a crossover once again to CJ, where she's in the pits and speaking to one of the young racers here today.
Now look who I found here, the likes of Heinrich Ross at this point in time. Of course, unfortunately coming second in heat number 2, but what a race that was. Just talk to us about how you feel being so close to Paul and just missing out slightly.
Yeah, my car's just a tiny bit, the speed just comes in a tiny bit too late.
Just a tiny bit too late.
Yeah.
How you feel about that, being so close, and you can literally touch him if you wanted to, but you're just not getting there. How frustrating is that?
It's very frustrating. I tried to pass him here, and then there at the hairpin. I tried, but I couldn't.
Now, heat number 3, it's one for you, one for him. What are your plans and tactics going into that next race?
I really don't know.
You're just going to race on your best
Yes, I am.
and going to push your card so that you can be this much faster than him?
Yes, I am.
There you've got it. Now, Joop, I know he's one of your favorites. What a champ this is. High five and the best of luck. Perhaps for that last heat, we'll be keeping an eye on you. Now, I've got my favorites here, brother and sister, but we've got Mila first. Mila, high five, girl. Yeah, awesome stuff. Nou, ons gaan Afrikaans praat, nee. Ja. Hoe voel jy dat jy nou in 'n ander klas is?
Dis baie weird eintlik.
Baie weird eintlik. Hoekom?
Ek weet nie, dis net vinniger en dit slide nie meer nie. En jy moet breek.
En jy moet breek, regtig? Yes, dis frustrerend. Nou luister, hoe voel jy oor jou boeties, die Kayamo boeties wat nie meer saam met jou ry nie?
Dis eintlik sleg, maar ten minste kan ek nog met hulle speel hierso.
Oh, that is exactly what it's all about, is the friendships behind the scenes. Nou, ek wil net vir jou sê, voorspoed vir die res van jou dag en ons gaan definitief ons oogies op jou hou, né? I say, there we go at Mila Botha, and we're off to the Max Torino class. We've got Esbach and the likes of Travis now taking on one another. Joop, back to you.
Right, and there we go. We see the Max Torinos there as CJ spoke to the youngster there, the Max Torino coming around there for the rolling start, and that is cart number 9, Hubert Esbach. He came in second in heat number 1, and then obviously the winner of that first heat, car number 237, is Travis Nell. Going into the 180 turn there, coming into the home straight, the start finish, and the green flag is ready to fall, ready to drop, and unfortunately it seems like they didn't bunch up properly. So I don't know whether they are just going to take the start and run with it. But no, it seems like the official here right in front of us is telling them to slow down. It's going to be red flag conditions, which means that they might, no, they get back to green flag. So I think they're just going to start. They're just going to, let's see. Red flag, green flag. No, there we go. Card number 9, Hubert Esbach in second position there, with Travis Nell taking the lead, but a very close corner there, turn into the hairpin. On the inside was Hubert Esbach, and just nearly got his nose in with Travis Nell, but Nell just keeping him out, kept him out there, coming into the home straight yet again, and putting a little bit of daylight there between him and Esbach is Travis Nell, going into the hairpin, but every time they go into the corners, it just seems like Esbach is catching up ever so slightly, but it is not going to be easy to get past the likes of Travis Nell. Start finish, 17 laps to go. Coming into the hairpin is Travis Nell, easily staying in front of the likes of Esbach in this early part of the race. Still 3/4 of the race left. It is Hubert Esbach with a slight slip there, a spin out. And yet again, looks like closely or nearly spun out there at 180, but now stabilizing the vehicle, coming into the home straight, going around the southern end of the track, but has lost a lot of space between him and Travis Nell being put in. by Nel, and it is going to be really, really hard work for Esbach to come back from this. And there on your screen you see Travis Nel going past the start finish on the southern end of the track. Coming into the hairpin, commanding lead at this stage, not giving an inch whether the challenge is on or not. He's not letting up. Good racing by him. Hubert Esbach valiantly fighting every inch of the track to see whether he can claw back a little bit of space between him and Travis Nel. Green conditions on the track, which means go. Everything is 100% regarding track conditions, no obstacles. But it is Travis Nel just still a mile away from Hubert Esbach, or in front of Esbach. Esbach has to fight hard to try and get some space back here. 13 laps left, 12 and a half for Travis Nel. Just glancing to his left to see how far his opposition is behind him is Hubert Esbach, now literally close to half a track behind Sean or Travis Nel. Coming into the straight is Hubert Esbach, and on the other side is Travis Nel. We saw that basically that half a lap, so one crosses the line, the other one crosses the halfway mark on the other side. That is Hubert Esbach going around the hairpin, and that is Travis Nel coming down the home straight yet again for the 9th time. Into the hairpin yet again, still not letting down, speed stays the same, still going for the fastest lap as well. It's not only about winning or being placed, it's also about the amount of time that you spent around on one lap. Half of the race is gone with Travis Nel in a very, very commanding lead at this stage. And it seems like he's still gaining ground on Hubert Esbach. There you see Esbach going past the start finish with Nel on the other side of the track going into the 180, and now also coming into the start finish straight. So you can see how tight it's getting. Going around this southern end of the track is Travis Nel coming into the hairpin. Around the corner, lightning speed, carrying a lot of speed out of that tight corner. Going wide, cutting in, keeping the speed. Going very wide there to utilize as much of the track and to lose as little speed as possible. Once again, it is on screen there, Hubert Esbach, that made a slight error there, and obviously costing a dear second or two, with Travis Nel now just even more quickly closing the space between him and Hubert Esbach. Here you see start finish, cutting across the line is Hubert Esbach. Now around the 180 corner is Travis Nel, hot on the heels of Hubert Esbach, trying to reel him in and see whether he can bring this win down to a one lap win as well. Very close now together. Esbach fighting all the way, having made a couple of mistakes. There we see a little jiggle as well, yet again, from Esbach, with Travis Nell catching up every time there's a little bit of a mistake being made by his opponent. Concentration all the way. Hubert Esbach now going into the hairpin, with Travis Nell just around the corner, now also into the hairpin, going to the northern end of the track. Around the long corner, then into the swoop, going into the 180 on the western side of the track, cutting into the start-finish straight, and just looking back is Hubert Esbach with the Travis Nell hot on his heels, trying to still decrease that distance between him and Esbach. Esbach once again, just a slight jiggle there coming out of the hairpin, which means that Travis Nell are just taking advantage of that little mistakes being made by Esbach and catching up with him ever so slightly on every little corner of this track. Coming into the home straight yet again, and it's Esbach looking back, just seeing where his nemesis is, and beautiful, beautiful inside lane by Travis Nell, reading that move from Hubert Esbach and taking, just overtaking him yet again with 4 or 3.5 laps to go for these two young riders into this race. But I must say, I just so love these youngsters doing this. The amount of heart and bravery they put into this is just so uplifting. It's beautiful to see this racing from these youngsters, and hopefully they will have a long and happy racing career, going all the way up to where old Quinton is nowadays. It's deep in his 50s, I reckon, already. So, but beautiful racing there by Travis Nell, with only more or less 2 laps to go, going through the start finish, and then Hubert Esbach on his heels, bringing up the back of the field in second position, with the white flag most probably going to come out in the next couple of seconds. There we can see the marshal getting ready to bring out the white flag, or the white board, to signal the last lap of this race, where Travis Nell were pitted against Hubert Esbach. Last lap, going into the last lap, is Travis Nell. Hubert Esbach also taking the last lap board, going onto the southern end of the track, coming into the hairpin with his competitor Travis Nell, going into the swoop, the 180, and then into the home straight for the last time during this second heat, cutting over the start-finish line. And he can be very, very proud of himself, and well done to him. And then obviously also well done to Hubert Esbach for never letting up, always fighting every single inch of this track as they go into the pit lane, where they will go into the service area for the vehicles to be stored until the third and final leg for today. So that was the Max Torino class. That was the second heat of the 5th race of the day, where Hubert Esbach and Travis Nell fought it out, with the first for Travis Nell in heat 1, and a first for Travis Nell in heat 2, and then Hubert Esbach taking the second position in both heats, at which obviously then cement Travis Nell's points for the day. So well done to him, and we are just looking at whether there will be any official results popping up on the screen as we look at the beautiful track here in front of us. I must say the level of professionalism on this track, in this track, around this track is just amazing. And it is beautiful to see these youngsters racing. So we're just waiting for the results and maybe to see whether we can cross over to CJ in a while. There you can see a beautiful shot of the service area where the carts come in. There you see one of the carts coming in to the pit lane, the service area where all the cars are being stowed. And then over to CJ.
Yes, we are not just talking to the riders and to the competitors, but we're also talking to fathers. And we've got Jacques Reineke here, of course, Kobus Reineke's dad, just to briefly, quickly take us through what exactly went wrong in the first race and how you corrected that in the second one. Just quick.
Yes, Kobus had a problem in the first race. His car suddenly started misfiring and we couldn't really figure it out. So they had 3 guys there, Jorg, and everyone was busy working on the car for an hour and a half until at the very end they changed many things. They changed the eventually the fuel pump, and that seemed to have done part of the job, but it was still kind of misfiring. So eventually we had to limit the rev so that he could only go on like 80-85% power. But that seemed to have got him there. So in the last race, I think he did very well. He came first and lapped everyone up to about 4th position.
What are you hoping for the next race?
We're really hoping that the car will last and that he will again win the race.
There we go, and now we're back to the action, and as that green flag is going to drop.
Right back, unfortunately we had to cut CJ short there for a bit because it looked like the race is going to start any moment, but there was a red flag condition, which means that the track is not safe, or the race is not safe to start. So we see the red flag conditions there with, if you can pick up a marshal, there we go. Beautiful shot there from the carts going back on the back of that marshal. I don't know exactly what the problem is, but it looks like there might be one of the carts out of place, which will mean that yes, there's going to be a turnaround in the positions in the pole, and from there we go, 16 and 15. It looks like they have changed around, and now they can go around yet again for the rolling start. That is obviously Mila Botha, cart number 5. That is the Kid Rock heat number 2. Then Mila Botha, cart number 5. 15 Herman Shaw, 16 Christopher Kodelka, and then Petrus de Plooy. We saw brilliant racing between the 3 of them, Mila, Herman and Christopher, with Petrus de Plooy also coming in the mix at some parts of the race. Then obviously 3 of these 4 are new racers. So it's amazing to see the skills that these young guys already have mastered in a very short while. So here we go, number 16, 15, 5. As we said, Christopher Kodelka, he's in first position at this stage, taking pole. Herman Shaw in second place, and then we have Mila Botha bringing up the podium with the last racer, Petrus de Plooy, in 4th position. At this stage, quite tight. The 4 of them could be closed basically under one blanket, but it looks like that Christopher Kodelka is just slightly pulling away from the rest of the field.
Yes, we spoke about, or spoke to Mila just earlier on. She's loving the class, but just feels like it's a bit too fast. But seeing her in 3rd position is great. Actually shows you that she's settled into it a bit now, and that she got used to the type of pace these boys have. I mean, coming from Bambino into this class is definitely a step up, and you can see that the carts are faster and such. But it's good experience for this youngsters to just pick it up and look at how fast they go and how good they look out there.
Yeah, well, we saw in the first heat the epic battle between Herman and Christopher, with Mila bringing up the rear of the podium. And we're basically seeing the same here again. So what is it going to be this time around? I mean, we see now Christopher Kudelka in the lead, but very, very close racing there by Mila Botha.
Mila is going on the outside now, trying to make the move. She's in a good position to try and get on the inside. And he beats her with just a small bit there. And Mila trying to make a move again on the outside. And you can see Mila has really settled into this race. And makes a move on the inside. Could this be it? And she overtakes while there was a bump or two that might lead to a penalty. However, she's sitting pretty in second place.
It's beautiful. That was a brilliant move. Going into the inside and just snapping the car back on the outside of the further side of the track, and she's stuck in second. Brilliant move.
In Afrikaans, jy sal sê, dit is nie vir sissies nie, maar clearly hierdie sissie weet hoe om te ry, hoor. Sy het 'n ordentlike draai daar gevat. What a beautiful race from these youngsters. But I don't think it's over just yet. With 6 laps to go, still anybody's game up in front.
No, this is definitely opened up a can of worms, and Herman Shaw is not going to take it lying down. He's going to fight back all the way, but this just is going to make this race so much more interesting, with Mila now in second and Shaw now in third position, and then obviously Christopher Kudelka in first position. So it's going to be a race till the end with only 4.5 laps to go.
You can see Mila closing on a bit on Christopher, and we could maybe perhaps see a move here as they go for lap number 4 now. It's not enough time in racing to try and catch up.
Haven't we said that the nerves are going to be settled, and you know, after the first heat, and I think it's basically what we see here now. She basically came out of the first heat with so much more confidence that she's just taking on these boys, and she's kicking it.
She is. And she's just showing that you don't have to be a boy or a girl. However, we see a move coming from the likes of, that is of course, Herman Shaw. So between 2 and 3, Herman definitely is not sitting back and watching how she's racing in second place.
2.5 laps left. Can she hold on? Can she hold on to the second place? Can she even close up a little bit more on Christopher? Well, let's see this. This is going to be a very tight finish.
Definitely, any mistake now can cost any one of them. We saw it earlier in these races. Once again, Christopher trying to make a move. Unfortunately, Mila just too fast as the likes of Christopher just continues pushing hard. Herman, apologies, in third position, trying to make a move earlier on.
Yeah, I think that Christopher is commanding this race quite nicely. I don't think he's got too much to be worried about this stage, except for making that little mistake, which he can recover from with the distances at this stage, but never sit back with, once again, the whiteboard coming out. Last lap, going into the, fourth last turn for Mila Botha. Is she going to hold on to that precious second place for her, coming into this group as basically a newbie in the Kid Rock division? So let's see what happens. But I think they are going to push all the way. It's going to be Christopher going to push all the way. Only the last turn left in this race. What's going to happen? It is going to be Herman, then it's going to be Mila, and Christopher have to be content with a third position at this stage.
What a race that was. Beautiful, beautiful racing. Christopher up in first, Mila in second, and Herman there in third position. Beautiful racing from these youngsters. And number 4, of course, going to Petrus Deploy. I mean, real classy driving. We'll find out a bit later on if that bumping would penalize Mila at some point in time.
Yeah, that will be a little bit sad. At one stage, but I mean that's sport. If you have to be penalized for something, you have to be penalized. Unfortunately, there are rules, and you can't just make up your own rules as you go along. But I think it was quite a brilliant move from her, going to the inside and then taking the outside, going around Shaw with a brilliant move. So let's take a look at what is going to happen with the standings there. Herman Shaw can be a little bit unfortunate coming in a third position there, with Christopher Kodalka then having 2 first positions, and obviously basically cementing the day's racing for himself in the Kit Rock department. So well done to him, as we look at see whether we can have official results, because this one is going to be a little bit of a tamaleki. We're not we know who came first, second and third, but with that little incident that happened out of the hairpin, that might be a bit of a problem. Crossing over to CJ, there we go.
Now, earlier on, we did see in one of those races, Riley, one of the new guys, spinning out. Riley, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
How was that first 2 races for you?
They were good.
You like go-karting so far?
Yes, I do.
Are we going to see some more of you this year?
Yes, you are.
Definitely. Now, that is how a champion sounds like. As we move on to the most interesting race on this day, the DT2 Masters race. Keep an eye on these guys.
All right, so there we go, as we are looking at the DD2 and DD2 Masters class. Now this is going to be yet again one interesting bit to watch. We still see there's a red flag hanging out, the green flag is coming out, and they're off. 72 and 27. Here we go. Oh, and a spill very early on from Justin. Yeah, Bilker. He unfortunately went over the front wheel of Ivan Foster, and now he has a lot of work to do, catching up with a bunch.
He sure does have a lot of work to do, and early drama in this DT2 category. I told you guys, keep an eye on this race. It's absolutely massive.
And he suddenly finds himself now in the back of the pack. It's going to be hard for him to fight his way through the 4 other riders in front of him. And all the way, Ivan Foster is gonna take that to his advantage, and obviously widen the gap as far as he can.
And as we see Justice Buchel trying to make a move, just not fast enough, coming on the outside, right in front of him. This could lead also to a mini spin out if we're not too careful.
Beautiful inside lane.
Ezekiel is just in front of him. He takes 2 lines, surpasses another driver. Nope, it doesn't, almost does. Back on the inside. And here we can see a move, but he's just not given space by Ezekiel at this point in time. And
right.
Justus trying to go on the inside left corner. However, Ezekiel with some great defensive driving as Foster sits pretty in first.
Going around the hairpin there, looks like Quinton Liebenberg. Cart number 27 first. Cart number 87, Mark Villinger. And then cart number 55, Zane Buthen.
And Justus making a move there on, some bumping
once
and
again,
shoving.
There's House Your Mother. There's a little bit of contact between them, and you can see the aggression. He wants to fight back.
He does. Ezekiel is not happy with that at all. A bit of bumping and bruising there from both of them on the straight going into the final corner. And Foster still in first, while Mark Villager sits in second.
He will be very happy with us at this stage, and obviously taking the position with a little bit of infighting between Justice Bucher and Ivan Foster that created that little bit of incident, and obviously Bucher coming out the worst of it. Ivan Foster taking advantage, and he's just sitting pretty enjoying this. And then obviously Mark Willinger, that came third in heat number 2, now in second position, would love where he is at this stage.
Yes, no, Mark, of course, in a completely different class, along with the likes of Quinton. They are the two masters drivers here on the day. Well, we've got the battle kind of is now between Ivan and Justus. Justus currently second in the DT2 category, but I think you would like to be breathing down Ivan's neck right now.
Well, in the DD2 class, it is now Bucher that has made his way up to third already. So in that class, he's fourth overall now in the race, but he's in his class, he's third. So he's not letting up. He's fighting back, and he's trying to going to try and get that second position, most definitely.
And we see one of the new drivers in second, and that's of course Zane Buten. And beautiful riding. We spoke to him earlier on, and he's just trying to learn from these Oaks. And I think he's actually doing pretty well to create that gap between himself and Justus at this point in time.
Yeah, he's definitely, I think he's in third place at that stage overall, and he's doing pretty well, keeping that car on the right track. 87.55, there he is, and second overall in the class, and third overall in this race. Beautifully, there's one of the new races coming in, so well done to him. Hard work still there from Bucher, trying to catch up with Buten.
Yes, you can see that the gap between Justus and the likes of Zane has really been closing slowly but surely. He's really trying to catch up to Zane to get into that second position. While Ivan Foster is having a day out in the field, almost lapping the next driver, which is of course Quentin Liebenberg.
Right, and there we see that that gap does close down ever so slightly every time they go around, especially in the corners. Justice Bucher are really quick around the corners, so he's catching Zane Buten with every turn that they go into. So it's not going to be very long before they are bumper to bumper on this one.
And there we have Ivan also surpassing or overlapping the likes of Quinton, and so he's a whole lap before Quinton now, and I don't think he'll be very impressed with himself. But as we continue to watch Ivan closing, I want to meet Justus closing on Zane.
Yeah, that within this last lap, they basically took off another 10 meters about, and there you can see going into the hairpin, he's now right on his tail. So just any mistake from Zane Buten is going to let the door open for Justice Bucher, and he just would like to have that second spot at least for this heat to see what he can do in heat number 3.
Exactly, it's a tight race up in second and third. As we see those margins just closing and closing around that hairpin move. Just look at how close Justus is on the back, and he's trying to make a move on the inside now. Clearly the race is long gone for the first position, but Justus really wants those extra points when it gets to second. Difference between second and third is a lot.
And that's true. And we can see now really on the tail of Zane Buten. Now Buten obviously not as experienced as Justice Bucher, because he's the new boy on the block, but he's going to try his best. Now I think he's going to learn a lot from today's race.
I've got some goosebumps when you said that. You can see that he's actually trying to really defend himself very well, and he must watch out around this turn. Justus could just too slow right there, and Zane remains and keeps that lead. As Ivan Foster really is almost halfway catching up again to the next bunch.
Yeah, well, it's like running with a bull on your tail. He knows that the better driver is sitting right on his hind bumper. So obviously he's stepping up. You can see that he's stepping up his game a bit. And he's trying to hold Buechler at the back. And Buechler really having a problematic time to get past Zane Buthen. Trying the outside.
Look at that bumper-to-bumper action coming around those turns, missing the tires of the track just ever so slightly. Here could be another opportunity to maybe cut in on side. On the inside we see Justus, and this could possibly, no, still not fast enough. Great driving by Zane from them as well. And Ivan still in front.
A couple of bumps there from behind by Buechler. I think by this stage he must be so frustrated knowing that he's the better driver, but having this rookie in front of him.
There you have it. Justus just surpassed Zane Buthen. Beautiful, beautiful driving there, and you can see what is that experience, pure experience.
Exactly. And just look at the distance. He opens up immediately. The second he passes Buthen, he just opens up that gap, just showing the superiority of his skills, and obviously most probably a little bit with the vehicle to do as well.
Definitely, but we see him chasing down now and trying to overlap the likes of Quinton, and he does that, he overlaps Quinton. So as the final checker flag goes up, and we've got Foster taking this one, what a beautiful race that was.
Ivan Foster, 2 in a row, just cementing the points for today, I think. So he will most probably just go out and stroll the last heat. You know, try to make the podium first if he can. But if not, I think he will be happy with the second and taking the points for the day.
I just want to talk once again about Justus and how he fought back. I mean, it's not easy to come through and come fight so hard. To get all the way back from last all the way to second position. What a beautiful race that was from him.
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was a good race. It was a good challenge. And it also always makes it a bit more interesting if one of your top riders does make a mistake early on in the race and they just, you know, fight all that way to come back. It just makes it, and you're rooting for the underdog in any case throughout the race. So beautiful racing by them. There we see them going into the pits again, into the pit lane, as we are waiting for the official results within the next couple of minutes or so. And then obviously we are looking also at race number 8, Heat 2, the Mini Rock, which is Kirsten Kotelka, which is a new racer. Kart number 24. 29 is Mila Botha, and obviously Mila, as we said, doing brilliant work there by assisting this division as well to get the championship points. And then Sissel Koort, which we saw flying through the track in his heat number 1. So he took the first with Kirsten Kotelka in second in heat 1. There we see the cars just getting into the service area. A beautiful shot yet again there from our drone, showing this amazing piece of real estate here, beautifully done. The upkept on this track is just amazing, very professional, and it is an absolute honor to be here today and taking part in the first leg of the Rotex Max National Karting Championship for 2023. So we look at the Mini Rock, as we said, Kirsten Kotelka, Mila Botha and Sissel Koort, kart number 44, obviously taking pole position. There is Sissel Koort with 29, Mila Botha in second on the grid, and kart number 24, Kirsten Kotelka. So let's have a look in how this played out as they just do the first lap, basically to start a rolling start, or to do the rolling start. They just have to bunch up evenly so that they can start on equal footing, with the marshal ready here with a green flag. Green conditions across the whole of the track, and the car's going on the 180 turn there at the back and catching up, rolling into equal footing. There we go, and the green flag is gone, and it is Cecil Koorts immediately going in front with having the inside lane, making it a little bit easier for him if he can just hold that inside lane to take the lead. Now it's all the work cut out for Mila Botha, cart number 29, and Kirsten Kodelka, which is also a new racer. There we see yellow conditions. The car is still idling. That is Kirsten Kodelka, unfortunately spun out. The marshal wanted to assist her there, but she said no at the stage. But in front, racer in front, Cecil Koorts. Oh, they are near collision with yellow flag conditions. So it is the racer coming from the back. It is his duty to look out for the obstruction on the track. So Cecil Koorts nearly taking out the ankles there of
the racing marshal. Yeah, what a close call there. And it seems that Mila has really settled into everything now. I mean, this is her 4th race. Pretty much tired after a few races. So I take my hat off for her in terms of racing in 2 different classes. Most of these drivers only race three races a day because they only have 3 heats. But with her, it's double and extra time and effort. And I can just imagine how that small body feels like at this point in time.
Yeah, and I must say, I saw when you did the interview with her, I mean, she's like the size of the bottle of water standing here. I mean, she's a tiny, tiny girl.
She's a tiny girl, but lots of... They say dynamite comes in small packages, and you can see that.
And that is so true. And
you can see that almost being overlapped there.
Almost.
Unfortunately for her, as that's, of course, Kristen. So it's a battle between the ladies at this point in time.
It is, yeah. Kristen unfortunately spun out, so I think she's around about a lap behind in any case. But yeah, it's going to be a big tussle. And then the same, you know what, if, as I said, oh, what a spill. Hey. Off camera on the right-hand side there.
She's got it, she's
unfortunately, but she's back on track. And then we are looking at the race leader at this stage, which is Cecil Koorts. And I don't think he's going to be caught today.
And no, he is about that time where he is really sitting pretty and comfortable. No worries for him. As we said, it's a race between the ladies. Now, Kristen didn't lose too much on her going off the track. She's still very much almost on the heels of that's Mila Botha, who's sitting in 2nd position currently.
Yeah, beautiful racing between the 2 girls now at this stage. And but you can see the inexperience of Kirsten Kodelka at this stage. I mean, she's made now 2 errors around the sudden end of the track. But obviously, with all the errors, you learn as you go. And you have to learn fast because it's quick. You can't make a mistake. So Kirsten doing well, sticking right on the back of Mila Botha. There once again off the track on the sudden end is Kirsten Kodelka. Unfortunately, but right back on the track again. There she comes on around the hairpin. She didn't even lose a stride.
No, she didn't, and looking very comfortable. And we see on your screens now still Cecil Koorts, card number 44. It doesn't even look like he's bothered with anything in this world at this point in time.
Well, more than half the race left. 13 laps, 12.5 laps left still of this race. A lot of experience for these 2 young girls at the back, obviously. Doing already, I think Mila's already done like 80 laps, or she's going into a 70th lap around now. So a lot of laps being done by her throughout the day. A lot of racing for her. And as I said, I just, you know, you can't bring the race driver with a little body.
You can't, eh? And just talking about that, I mean, this track, as smooth as it looks like, if the viewers at home can just take a closer look on our close shots that we're producing here, look how bumpy the track is also, especially around the corners. Now imagine all of that adrenaline going through your body and those turns, the vibration that those tires and the shaking on the card gives off, and how that feels on your body. It's like literally sitting there and doing this, you moving up and down the whole time. You're at some point in time you're gonna feel it, and I can just imagine how that little body is gonna feel like this.
Yeah, exactly. I think if I do something like that now, I will most probably get out of the cart and leave the knees and the elbows and everything behind. It's gonna just lay there.
I think you're giving away your age at this point in time. People can pick up your age at this point in time. But I do concur. I'm not as all fit enough to be doing 70 plus laps on a day. So while taking my hat off or my helmet off for the likes of Mila as her and Kristen come around the corner. Kristen, of course, very much new to the go-karting world, but this is the girl to watch out for. I mean, look at the gap she's closed on Mila Botha, who's an experienced driver.
Yeah, and she's been off the track 3 times already, and she still hasn't lost the distance. She just came back every time, fighting every inch of the track.
And we can see now Sissel Koorts also in terms of trying to overlap one of them. And Kristen on the inside makes a move on Mila. Mila just edges her. What beautiful racing that was. And Sissel Koorts still sitting in behind them. And Kristen making a move on the inside. Beautiful, beautiful racing there from these youngsters, especially the girls up. And so Kristen now in second place with Mila in third. And Sissel in first, but he's sitting at the back because he's trying to overlap.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I think that Mila will still be in second with the spin out that Kirsten had. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure about that though. But beautiful racing. And I mean, she hadn't let up once since she's caught up with Mila, and obviously just pushed, and she took that beautiful line on the inside, just wiping Mila aside and just passing through into the hairpin, and she was gone.
Joep, I think I want to take you on a challenge later on and to really see if your knees will be left in the cart later on after a good 30 laps. Because, geez, these kids are really showing their talent out there. Just look at Koorts again. He's a massive lead again, just surpassing, and you can see that he's a classy driver at that age even.
Exactly, and as I said, he had some international experience as well recently, but you know what, that is the dedication that the fathers and the family put into something like this, and that is where it starts to pay off. And once again we said it's the same as with the twins. You know what, if you don't work at it, you're not going to become the best at it.
Exactly. I've got a slogan that I like to tell my players a lot of times, and it's just hard work beats talent if talent doesn't work hard. And you can be as talented if you want, but if you don't work hard, there's no use. The one that doesn't have that talent that you have but works hard will definitely overtake you at some point in time.
Yeah, I've been working at some things for like 35 years, and I'm still not the best at it, but you know what, I do agree with you. While as we see that Koorts is still leading the show in the mini rock with Mila Botha. We don't know whether she's second or third, but Kirsten Kodelka is definitely overtaken her with a stunning move. And this is how the positions are at this stage with 3 laps to go.
It looks like at this point in time that Mila is a bit tired by now. As you see her coming around the corner on your screen there at the back. You can see the fatigue kicking in. Like we said, it's very draining and tiring for a youngster that age to be able to go through this. But once again, that's what they want to do. They are into the sport code. That's what it's about. Feeling all those bumps and bruises and jumps and everything, and the adrenaline pushing through your body. So, but you can definitely see kicking it in as that lead or that gap between Kristen and Mila just continues to grow.
Yeah, you can definitely see that there is a little bit of tiredness creeping in here. But I mean, she knows she's doing this for the exercise, the experience, and the hell of it. So she's enjoying every bit of it. And these two little girls made me also remember another superstar in the motorsport fraternity, and that is Lisa Waldschmidt. I mean, what a talent as well. I mean, it's this beautiful blonde, and she's just kicking the whole world with her MX skills. So, and this is where she started. I mean, I filmed her when she was like 4 years old and 5 years old, and she's done a world of good for the sport.
Exactly, and that is why I'm so excited to see somebody like Kristen coming also through, and not just your Nels and your Milas and all of that. You want, and your Nikis, you want more to come through. So Kristen joining the bunch of ladies in the motorsport industry is just absolutely beautiful, and I can just take off my hat for all of their efforts.
Well done, Mila. Coming through on her last round of Heat 2 of the Mini Rock. That was also the last race in Heat 2, the last class. So we're going to start right all over again, and now it's going to be interesting to see the last heats, and with all the swap arounds that we had, you know, is it going to be swapped again? We don't know. We're going to look at it. Okay, and then as we are waiting for the official results, and as we see the youngsters driving into the pit area, maybe for the last time today, we don't know. We are waiting on the officials to make a decision on whether we're going to see some more racing, what is going to happen about that. CJ will be back on the ground at a little bit of a later stage. To speak to some of the officials maybe, and some of the drivers. But in the meantime, as we look at the Bambinos, we see that we had brilliant racing from Mika Botha, obviously taking a 1 and a 1. Then we had Renel Kutsia 3 and a 2, and Russell Joseph a 2 and a 3. So that's going to be interesting. We looking then at the second race for the day was obviously the Senior Max, that we saw Martin Gous taking first and second, then Kobus Reyneke taking second and first. Chucky van Dijk at that stage, or that one, took a third position. And so it's going to be very close. The first two races are obviously going to be very, very close. I think it's going to come down to lap times and stuff. Then Minimax, the third race of the day with 2 heats done. Once again, we saw card number 22, Heinrich Roos. He took a first position in Heat 1, and in Heat 2, he was demoted to the second position. Once again, yet again, Paul Westhuizen, a swap around. He took second position in the first heat, and in the second heat, he took the first position, podium position there. Jean-Carl, he took third and third in kart 3676. So he cemented his third place for the day, it seems like. But very interesting results as we go throughout the day with Heat 1 and 2. Now remember, we are obviously, this is leg 1 of literally, I think there's 8 legs as far as I know, 8 legs throughout the season. So before we look at the rest of the results and maybe speak to some of the people here, let's do a little bit of a break, and we'll see you on the other side of it.
Eskuana wajanena, andandika tumenema mimariwa.
kazana? Ewataki kazana wanje.
Stay connected to your loved ones this February. Purchase airtime at any of our ATMs. Standard Bank, it can be.
And what a beautiful heat that was. Action all around. This day has been impeccable as we've seen spin outs, we've seen some magical moments, we've seen some overtaking that's been brilliant. We've seen some guys fighting from all the way behind, all the way to the second position. So beautiful, beautiful racing here at the National Karting Championship. Now we've got Andre that is here. I almost made a joke, Andre Pollard from the Springboks, but it's Andre Esbach, of course, Hubert Esbach's father. Now, I just want to touch on something, and the viewers at home, maybe you do not know, but Hubert has autism. And we're just going to talk to his dad about why you guys picked him to be a part of something like this. Go-karts, for other people, it's rough and tough, but why particularly have you picked this for him?
Well, we've asked him what he would like to do. So some guys play rugby and some do athletics. And I just one day asked him, he doesn't want to participate. So I said, so what do you want to do? He said, I want to race. So we started and I made contact with Jörg Goldbeck. And that's how the story ends.
And so just maybe for the viewers at home that doesn't understand what autism is, can you briefly take us through that and what effect this has on him to be a part of the social event?
So there's a wide spectrum of autism. So autism is like a brain disorder. So it's not like there's something wrong with him. He's just wired different. So you need to see how things work for him, plan around that. And for his social, it made some incredible way forward for us with the interaction with all the little guys. So he cannot wait to come to race day. For him, it's not about winning. For him, it's about participating with other little children.
Now, I'm always tearing up because I was a part of that magical moment last season where Nicky Benker gave Hubert his first win ever. Now, just talk to us about how you felt about that moment and how proud you were of him. Obviously knowing that it was all planned, but just how beautiful it was for him.
Well, I can tell you we didn't speak about anything else than winning over December. He was very chuffed. Yeah, we were also very emotional. It was an unbelievable moment. So it's not about winning, it's about the sport. But, you know, winning is sweet. We'll take it.
Winning is sweet. Now, Hubert definitely winning in life with a father and mother like this and supporting him fully. And picking a sport like go-karts, what a moment that is. And thank you so much for picking go-karts and having us be a part of that moment. And we're so proud of you guys as parents. And we'll definitely be keeping an eye on him for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There you have it. Now we have our commentator, Joop Nel, joining me in terms of just looking at heat number 2. Now, Joop, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you feel as emotional as I do at this point? I don't think you knew that, and that's why I didn't tell you about it. I wanted to surprise you that Hubert is actually an autism child.
Yeah, no, I am a bit. You know what, we have a little camper truck that we're building up. And we had an autistic kid did all the signage on it, so I know where it's all coming from. So yeah, it's a bit emotional.
It is an emotional story, and we're so glad as NBC to be a part of this and to show that there's no differentiation. You can be a boy, a girl, you can have depression, anxiety, autism, any deficiencies or shortcomings as some people call it, but you can still be able to do amazing things. And just look at how he was racing. You wouldn't have picked that up.
Crazy. No, you can't. You wouldn't have. Well, I didn't even expect anything. There's no expectation of anything like that.
Now, talking about Heat 2 in general, I think I'm just going to jump right into the thick of things. DT2. It's insane.
It's crazy. I just quickly look at the results now of the first 4 classes, and it was basically every single one of them, I think, except for one, was a flip around on the first 2 or 3 places. So how amazing is that? How do they count the
you know, the final score on something like that. It is just so close. It's just how good a start to a season is this?
Definitely. He can't do better than that. And just shows you, if it starts like this, imagine the rest of the 7 legs that are ahead of us. I mean, 4 in Swakop, 4 at the coast. It's absolutely amazing. And the fact that they're bringing it out to everyone and on television, I mean, your national broadcaster, it's absolutely amazing. Just putting out the sport code there.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. And you know what? I looked at the whole setup that the NBC has rigged up here, and the quality of the production and the professionalism of the organizers that has been here today, the professionalism of every athlete that has taken part here today. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. You know, if we can bring this level of discipline to all the sporting codes in this country, imagine what we can still do. See what Namibia is doing at this stage. Hockey, rugby, cricket, indoor hockey. There's so many things that we're excelling at. And just imagine what we can do if we bring this level to every sporting code in this country. Just amazing.
Just amazing. Now, that is clearly the word for today in describing the feelings that we've got here. A bit of emotions behind it, a bit of adrenaline behind it, a bit of action and drama all in one. I think this is the best reality show out there, apart from the Kardashians. Please not. But just talk about also the senior max. We spoke about Reinicke earlier on. His dad was also here with me just to talk about what happened with him and his kart in the first heat, and then how they came back to just pumping in 80% of fuel injection. But did you see the distance between him and Martin Gous?
No, it was crazy, the distance. But you can just see the level of not aggression but determination that goes into the drivers if something happens, and they just get that little setback, and how hard they fight back every inch of this track, and they never give up. And what was amazing for me as well is in a lot of the races there was a couple of drivers that went out all the way, and they took the race basically from second one, but they never let off. They never sat back and say, listen, I'm just gonna idle in front of the second driver. They went all out, can I say, balls to the wall, you know, everything poured into the race. So it's just, yeah, and that's racing.
That's racing. Now, we talked about earlier on that also the brothers, maybe Mandume is going to fight back hard, but he did. Mandume fought back hard. I mean, he was also a few spots behind, and he caught his brother, and in a few races up until the very last lap, he was almost overtaking Nande. So let's talk about that.
That was most probably the closest race for the day. I mean, it was literally a half a nose that went into that race, and it was so amazing to see that fighting back. As you said, he made that little mistake, and he came out third, and he went back, and he came in second, and for maybe 4 or 5 laps, there was like a time where you couldn't see him really inching back to his brother, and then boom, suddenly it was there, and he was on his tail for the next 6 laps, and nearly just took him out on the finish line.
Now, Yupa asked you earlier on in terms of your expectations for the day. Would you say it's a check on the box and that you're happy with what has been delivered so far?
I think the only thing that is shorting is the number of boxes, because you can tick every single one of them.
You need more boxes?
There's not enough boxes.
Other. So you must tick other.
Other. You can tick other as well. It's all good.
All good. Now, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be catching up with the race director soon in terms of just what's happening next. I mean, it's already 6:11, way past the scheduled time, so we'll be back shortly with just an update on what is happening next. And we're just going to wrap up in this point in time and just quickly go to a break. Thank you so much for still being with us here at the Go-Karts track at Swakopmund. Of course, bringing you the National Karting Championship with myself, CJ Kotze, and Joep Nel on commentary. It's absolutely amazing to have you guys joining us on our streaming and, of course, live on NBC One earlier today.